can't always get what you want, and there are reasons you truly don't get what you want. I wouldn't even listen to this in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. What the fuck is this shit? God, rap is whack. And like I said, never been a greater time to be a wrestling fan. And with more companies in a more lucrative spot, in a more comfortable business spot, in a sense of mind, it seems, than ever. Again, WWE is not the only one. It is not the end-all, be-all. So let's go back to the Bad Guy Wrestling JJ Williams to get the official word. JJ, speak.
Make sure you tune in every week because you never know who's going to drop in to join the shenanigans. Catboy is in the house.
Hello, my internet family. I say if you want to make them as evil as possible, make them really mad.
We have Mansfield joining the party now. What is going on, Josh?
Like I told no one when we were in Cleveland, him joining JCU was just an unfortunate side effect of my shenanigans towards you, JJ. I know how it can get better, Noah. The panel chooses you.
Shut the fuck up, Josh.
You said that so like.
We got the intro back.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Just think how you and I had lunch together the other week.
That was different.
Ladies and gentlemen, the King is here. Say his name and he appears. We believe in King A-Train. There are so many believers in Joe Hendry. The only person on this panel that doesn't believe in Joe Hendry is King A-Train. Tell the world why you do not believe in Joe Hendry.
The reason I do not believe Joe Hendry is he is Fandango 2.0 in a entrance merchant. I rest my case, Your Honor.
Hey! There's nothing wrong with being an entrance merchant. He has some of the best entrances of all time.
Teleporting into the command center, all the way from Angel Grove High, Datilla.
Oh, yeah. I went to the command center on Thursday. I went to Vasquez Rocks, which is where they filmed a lot of episodes. Somebody actually climbed to the very top of those rocks. I made it halfway. I was like, I'm not going up there. Definitely Toni Storm versus Mariah May. That's the one match I probably am looking forward to the most. I really like the story. I'm familiar with all about Eve, so if it plays out that way, I kind of know how this is gonna go.
Say goodnight, Datilla.
Good night.
James, you did say his name. So he shall appear, ladies and gentlemen, the first time on the shenanigans. Jeff Meacham is in the motherfucking house.
Ah! Alright, we're coming in hard with the botch. Alright, fucking hell. It's good to be back. It's good to have an opportunity to talk to the crowd on a Saturday. If you want to have yourself stomach through it, you can go back and watch when the Main Event Mafia took over Impact. That's what James is talking about. So if everybody just joined us, we're talking about people sedating people, attempted murder, boys, and tips. Welcome to Saturday Shenanigans, everybody. Aren't you glad I'm back?
Welcome back, Jeff.
Cool.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to what appears to be an all-star edition of the Saturday Shenanigans, as we currently have 10 people in the green room and people still trying to come and join us tonight. Holy hell. It is I, of course, your host and moderator, the Renegade of Wrestling, JJ Williams. And we're not going to waste any time. We're going to start bringing in the panel. First and foremost, the simple man with the spectacular voice who almost had to call Logan Paul winning the Rumble. Noah Foster, how are we doing tonight, Noah?
Well, my voice is officially shot, as you can hear, so I think I'm doing rather fine as a professional wrestling fan and one of the greatest WPLEs I've seen in a long effing time. And once again, I'll take a line from Big G. I'm happy to be here, but I'm also tired. With that statement, I was like, can I just go to bed? But seriously, though, I'm feeling good. I was listening to post-show, and already I'm looking forward to the Elimination Chamber because John Cena made a very poignant, purposeful statement, not question, as he, spoiler alert, folks, he believes after giving to this business for 23 years, he's earned his keep. He wants to be in the main event of WrestleMania, and he wants number 17. He was looking forward to getting there through the Rumble tonight, but it didn't happen. So he has officially announced that he will be in the Elimination Chamber.
Fair enough. Personally, I'd like to see people have to qualify and not just walk right into it like people can declare for the Rumble. But hey, I know we've got limited dates for Cena, so it is what it is.
And he encourages the entire roster world and you to slander him for the next month while he goes to do a movie. Again, he says it's not for his ego. This is for a purpose for him to shake the hand on the person that will get number 18, if not from him, but from somebody else. So again, a very poignant statement by John Cena. And now the entire W Universe locker room is put on notice. Slander if you see or don't see him. He's in the Elimination Chamber, and he's hell-bent on winning.
Fair enough. Well, before we bring in the rest of the panel, I am going to go ahead and bring in the sick boy so that he can mess with you momentarily, and then we can kick him out, and whoever else is trying to join can join. Josh, Joe Hendry was in the Royal Rumble.
Yes, he was.
Look at who's going to be doing color commentary on the Super Bowl.
It's going to be a unique challenge.
I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry.
Even with sickness, he still sings very wholesome.
And I probably have the flu, so yeah.
Well, I mean, it's winter. It's a weird season here in the Midwest, and I've already had friends and workers that already are dealing with even other respiratory infections that haven't been able to work. So in your case, I pray that you get better, and it's good to see you. I look forward to the next time I'm in Cleveland
you too,
to combat or bowl with you. Definitely got to get another Cleveland hangout again amongst friends of Ohio of No DQ. But I hope that you are doing well, and I guess we'll see soon enough how I handle a new challenge. You all wanted it. You're going to get it. Yes, I will be part of a Super Bowl call for the first time ever.
I'm looking forward to that, Noah.
I'm glad.
So we can hopefully see. And Jeffrey Meacham, I am not sorry. I need an Eagles win. I cannot have a Mahomes three-peat. No, 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 no.
Nothing about that.
No.
Fair enough.
Well, anything else that you want to say to Noah so that we can bring everybody else in here? Because like I said, I know you're sick. I know you just kind of wanted to give Noah a little bit of shit, so getting that out of the way.
Yeah. Noah, looking forward to you becoming a football fan like this man has this year. So
I don't know about that.
Welcome to the club.
Well, it's a one-off.
I'm going to go chug a whole glass of orange juice.
Yeah.
And hopefully try and pass out.
All right. Well, thank you for popping in, Josh.
Get well. See you around. And then it was back to the two.
Only for now, because again, we have a lot of people waiting to come in. Before I start bringing everybody else in, we are going to bring in the man who is proud of the women's winner, even though my bathroom was occupied. I couldn't go vomit.
I loved the way that she was during her post-conference chat as well, not focusing so much on just her athleticism, but saying that she is self-made and working smarter, not harder, almost a new lease on life and different perspective to it the first time I was injured in her career. So kudos to Charlotte Flair. Good luck at WrestleMania. Yeah.
And the man who, of course, wanted the man who we cannot see to win the Rumble, tie the Austin record, but alas, we are on our way to Yeet-a-mania. Jeff Meacham, the founder of the Feast, if you will, the man without whom none of us would be an internet wrestling family. Yes. How are we doing, sir?
Accurate.
I am 50% Rumble satisfied. Let me let out a big old woo before I move on with the rest of my night. And that one you're throwing up there is meant for Mansfield and his anti-Chiefs because fuck the Eagles. We're past 5 minutes, right? Yeah, okay, good. Okay. Also, I found out in my Walmart shopping today, Jay, I completely forgot because I'm the worst Disney cast member ever. The 85th anniversary of Fantasmic. So the Walmart Fantasia. See, all right, botch number one, Noah. Count up. Thank you. So the Walmart Disney section has like a whole bunch of stuff with this 85 on it. So I'm gonna have to pester work, get some Fantasia stuff over there because we are lacking at the happiest place on earth. However, this right now, despite the shithole I'm sitting in right now, is the happiest place on earth. Charlotte Flair is going back to WrestleMania. Jey Uso, so happy for Jay.
And we'll talk more about that as we go on through the night. But the Rumble was excelente, to be sure. And we are on the road to WrestleMania. This is my second Christmas season. I had a brief break in January, and now I'm back in Christmas season again because we're on the road to Vegas, baby.
Hell yeah. All right. Next person we're going to bring in. Let's see what we want to do here. Well, may as well bring in the other man who was our commentary team for the entire show.
Yeah.
Walter Cruz in the house.
The 5-4, if you will.
You have at least 10 people in the back. Jeez, it's almost like
This
some
is-
kind of
this is
major
bad
event
shit.
just happened, huh?
The hell? What
Right?
happened to the friggin' Royal Rumble Saturday shenanigans happening here? We're
This-
bringing a new person every friggin' 3 minutes.
This is a testament to where WWE is right now in the Paul Levesque era and where professional wrestling is right now.
Damn it!
Yep.
My daughter is going to pop in as soon as she puts her sister to bed
Aw.
because
Well, good.
she believes in Joe Hendry.
Good girl.
Is there anybody coming in tonight that does believe Joe Hendry? So we can give them a proper verbal schlacking, JJ?
You know what? I did send the link to Keen A Train.
Oh, God.
I don't know if he's going to show or not.
He's
He
blasphemous.
is a very busy man. For all we know, he was the one trying to pop in while we had 10 people and was getting denied, but he didn't message me to say he was having issues. So
Okay. I mean, to his argument, Joe Hendry was in there, and then Roman Reigns done reigns him out. So
Yeah, right.
there is that. There is that.
now that he's the TNA World Heavyweight Champion, now that he was in the Royal Rumble, I'm curious to see if his opinion has changed any. But alas, he's not
Yes.
here to ask.
No.
No.
Well, let's go ahead and bring in the man who was on call for half of the event. The man with stats, Stat Boy Mike, is in the house.
Hey.
Hello, family.
Good
Wow.
to see you.
Wow. If I seemed like I was zoned or dead out, like between Joe Hendry and Royal Rumble, I probably was, because the numbers in my head. I don't know how I'm going to pass out before midnight and then focus on going back to work tomorrow while trying to remember who got eliminated when and where and what and everything, because it's like people are being thrown out, and there were stats that I wanted to produce but just didn't, which probably led to a small lag during the men's, which, hey, it happened.
It happens, bro. Move on.
And-
It's fine, man.
It's one of those things. It's one of those things there. We get caught up in the moment.
Yes.
And sometimes we don't get to get out everything we want to say because we're so taken aback by what is going on in front of us. It's called being a fan. It's okay.
Exactly.
Yet Greg Cherry is the greatest wrestling mind in the world and can rattle off anything at the drop of a hat. I don't know how he does it.
I would love to see you try to hit him with the trivia questions that I provided with you earlier and see how he does.
Oh, there we go.
You
Well,
only
maybe
gave me
on that.
two. I thought you had a whole lot more, but
Hey, so those are the key numbers. We'll use those two questions on Greg Cherry Show this week. The other key number, Mikey, is will you turn on your channel dial? Listen to me, how old I am. The channel dial, like actually the fucking thing anymore. But will you turn your channel dial and find AXS TV? Will you start watching TNA now that the world champion has been in the Royal Rumble?
if I can get my bills squared away, yes.
First TNA representative for the men's Royal Rumble.
Yes.
The TNA World Champion himself.
Yeah, let's
As
go
it
ahead.
should be.
Let's go ahead and bring in some more. We still have 4 more people waiting.
Good grief.
Now that we've got some of the regulars, let's go ahead and bring the lady in wait as Shadow Batash is
Oh, Lord.
back. What is Batash?
Hey.
Hello.
Great
Oh
to have
my
you back.
god. What a yeah, thanks for having me back. Holy
Yeah,
shit,
no problem.
this was a crazy ass rumble. My heart's still racing from especially from the men's
Right?
rumble. Oh my god. Like, Jesus.
Freaking hell, I lost my damn voice and I yeeted my arm almost out of its socket.
The crazy thing is, like, before the rumble started, I would joke with my mom, be like, hey, wouldn't it be something if Jey Uso wins the rumble? As a complete joke, by the way. I was not expecting him to win the rumble.
Yeah, right? I literally said that and I was like, he's going to be in it, but it's not winning. I freaking 4D'd myself. 4D chess myself.
You know, the one thing I'm most disappointed about as far as Joe Hendry goes, and when we get everybody else in, we can get deeper in it, but I knew he wasn't going to stand a chance. But I'm sad that he couldn't have held out for a few more numbers so that him and Cena could have had an interaction.
Yes,
right.
Yes, exactly.
Kind of tease the possibility that number 17 could be Hendry's championship.
Oh my God. Dude, I will pop my shit if that happens. And let me say, Ash, the corporate monkey and me, thank you for your attire today this evening.
Oh, you're welcome.
She may be Canadian, but she still loves the House of Mouse.
As everybody should. And JJ, the entire series, I found a playlist on YouTube. I'm watching House of Mouse as we speak in my binge time. God damn, is that show crazy?
Right? Oh my God, I missed that show so much. It was so fun seeing all the Disney characters interact with each other.
I didn't see it in real time, but it's funnier than hell.
Okay, I was about to go to one of the other core members of the team to bring in, but she just popped into the green room, so we're going to go ahead and bring my daughter Natalie on the screen.
Hello.
How are we doing this evening, sweetheart? You don't have to go too in depth right now. We're just doing the introductions, but how are we doing tonight?
I don't have words.
Uh-oh.
We have a speechless 16-year-old. She was messaging me for the good portion of the last 45 minutes. And so I was like, do you want to get this out on the air? Because I never thought in a million years my daughter would be a wrestling fan, but she kind of came into it on her own a couple years ago.
I love seeing it. I love seeing this passion on this young fan.
Oh, that reminds me.
Welcome to the Predictions League this year, Natalie. So I believe you certainly have indeed something to say.
Yes.
A few opinions to state.
Oh, let her begin getting her thoughts together because we still have 3 more people to bring in. We're not even going to have the Brady Bunch. We're going to have a full studio tonight, everyone. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to finish out the bottom here of the green room just so I don't have to slide back down. No DQ and the Simply Reliable Studios' resident Big Baller is here tonight. What is up, Big Baller G?
Hello.
Not much. What's up? I am balling tonight because Charlotte Flair won me $90 from Greg's raffle or drawing.
Nice.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
And whoever got number 20 for Jey Uso, good on them.
Yeah, that's fair.
I came on here mainly to rant. But yeah, I'm happy to be here.
Fair enough. We will get to everyone's opinions momentarily.
Who was number 20 in the men's on the raffle?
I don't know. Oh, Jey Uso entered at number 20.
Well, no.
I don't know who got it as far as Greg's.
I don't know.
I don't know.
It wasn't me. I had number 30 for the men and 26 for the women. So I
was 22. I know that much.
No, Greg posted it.
Jeff, you were 21.
Before
I was trying for the men's though, wasn't I?
Yeah. While y'all figure that
Devin
out.
Laws. Oh, Maddie's brother.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
While y'all figure that out, let's go ahead and get the other 2 people in.
Sorry.
First of all, we're going to bring in the voice of Rockin' Ropes.
Oh,
DJ is back in the house.
Rockin' Ropes!
Listen, I'd yell, but I'm fucking depressed right now. Jey Uso is at our WrestleMania main event with Gunther. I am depressed. JJ, if you think I hate Nia Jax, okay, I am filtering all that hate now towards Jay fucking Uso. I want
Oh, here we go.
take me to a pool right now and just yeet me underwater for 5 minutes.
Wow. Okay.
All right,
G, if you think you're gonna rant tonight, wait until I get a chance to hop on.
Natalie, you want to move up maybe with Ash's role because you're in a very heated territory.
I was going to say the 16-year-old has
Me and
got
Dr. Ropes are gonna go at it.
vocalize, so let's not count out Natalie's opinions. She's ready to go off a little bit too, from what I've seen in my private chat with her. So
we got the rant road, the stable road, and the kindness road. Got it.
This is there is far too much Disney apparel in this room for this kind of language.
Right?
Goodness.
Last but certainly not least is a man who is well known to drama in his own right, whether it comes to broadcasts or social medias.
Oh no!
The He-Man is in the house.
You had to mention this. You had to mention this. I don't even want to think about what the fuck happened yesterday.
Hey, all I'm gonna say is what I posted in a reply to you and to Ropes. And if you were there and you heard it all, you'll get it. If you don't know, we're not going into it. Some angels just need their wings clipped.
I like how the women are together right in the middle. I like how the women are together literally in the middle of the madness. It's a very nice setup here.
Listen, James did a great job yesterday, but just know it was like a parent leaving his kids home for the weekend and then they threw a fucking party. I don't ever want to leave them home alone again.
Yeah, it wasn't my goddamn fault.
Oh, okay. So whenever Noah's not here, they can watch over us. Who's got it? Okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
As the kindest, most stable individual in the Sublabel Studios family, that's accurate.
All
No,
right.
100%.
So we have, like I said, for the first time in a very long time, we have a full room. 10 is as many people as I can bring into a StreamYard without upgrading my membership.
This is a little bit
This is
too much.
fucking awesome.
This is crazy.
This is great.
This is crazy.
So,
it must be WrestleMania season or something.
Yeah, right?
No, maybe.
I feel I'm going to have 10 people on Slip predicting WrestleManias like I did that one year. What year was that? 39? This is kind of crazy.
We're gonna need two. We're gonna need 2 streams for again this year, no doubt about it.
Yeah,
maybe
I think
even
you're
3
right.
when you factor in the no DQ crew.
Oh shit!
Oh fuck!
That's
I
right.
forgot. Oh god.
They are. That week's literally going to kill me on predictions as well.
Yeah.
Once we start WrestleMania karaoke, it's gonna be no sleep.
Don't talk about the K-word here. We don't talk about the K-word here.
Jeff, it's going to be like that starting April 1st, and that's got its own separate trailer we'll get to later. But
I know. I saw the calendar. Good grief.
But let's go ahead and get into this. And ladies first, Natalie.
Hello.
I want you to set the tone here.
Uh-oh.
We're either going to go up from here or we're going to go down from here, but you are going to set the bar, sweetheart.
I'm going to get him out and do and just listen.
What were your thoughts on the Royal Rumble? And you can go in whatever order you want. If you want to be like Tigger and bounce all around, you can. If you want to go in order of matches, you can. You're in the hot seat, though, sweetheart.
You're muted. Botch.
She can't unmute for some reason.
Weird.
The rant is
I
prevented.
unmute her? No.
I don't know. Did you?
They muted themselves. I can't unmute.
Well, Natalie, go back out and go back in. Yeah, it might be what you have to do.
Technical difficulty screen, like the junk guy from the Simpsons, or the music, like
Technical difficulty. Somebody teach her ASL. Anyway,
ASL.
Something.
Maybe because of how many people are in here. So
well, freaking Walter.
Again, I'll back out to see if she's able to unmute.
Freaking Walter's Drew Barrymore, center square.
No, it shouldn't be that, Walter. She should be fine. It might just be a glitch on StreamYard's end.
Well, I mean, glitches happen.
Should be taken care of once she comes back in, hopefully.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, in the meantime,
yeah, we're gonna take care of it the old-fashioned way. Wise guys, yeah.
No, I'm not trying to do a fucking thing.
You Joe Pesci here, DJ?
I ain't no. Apparently, I'm Joe Pesci. I was my Southie coming out. Sorry, don't mind me.
It's because you're so condescending, James.
This is bad.
DJ, let it go. Make like Elsa. Leave it alone. Let it go.
He's not
We don't
wrong,
need to
though,
go
to be
down
fair.
that route.
I'm not condescending. Hey, I'm not condescending.
You sure about that?
Okay, sometimes there wasn't all the times.
This is me having missed it, and I don't want to know.
Oh,
Yeah,
good grief.
you don't. It's better off you don't.
I'm stuck
No,
in the
I- yeah.
I'm stuck in the madness in the top right-hand corner. What celebrity from Hollywood Squares has been in this corner?
So
I don't know the Hollywood Spurs, but you can try Justin Riley if you want to again.
No. I don't smoke a pipe, so I can't be.
Well,
there.
wait,
I'm trying the puppet dog.
Look what I put in the messenger for Saturday night shenanigans. That's
here we
Joe
go.
Henning's tweet. It's freaking hilarious.
Joe Henning's tweet.
So-
Joe Henning is still in the Royal Rumble, I'm sure.
Joe Henning. Who's Joe Henning?
Curtis Axel.
Exactly what he said. I still have not been eliminated from the 2015 Rumble match. A decade is still going strong. Axel Mania will live forever.
Yeah,
That's right.
Oh,
God
my
damn
All right.
it. I love him.
All right. And she's back.
Let's try this again.
There we
too.
go.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank God. Okay, I don't know what happened. It was not letting me have like any of the controls. It was pissing me off more than I was before.
As someone who works in IT, I understand that. But now the lovely Natalie will set the tangent as she discusses her Royal Rumble thoughts.
Yeah, no pressure.
No pressure.
Okay. Let me get out the list that I sent to my dad.
Fair enough.
Because there was a paragraph of
was.
shit I had to complain about. It was bad. Okay.
English.
So
Keep in mind, these are the ramblings of a 16-year-old.
who knows? Maybe if it's good enough, it could be Stat Boy approved. Anyways, so first of all, I was upset about Charlotte.
Yep.
Already not a fan. Uncle Jeff's already gonna shit on me for it. It is what it is. So that was my first complaint. I need to keep like a count. I was disappointed with Nikki Bella. And I have a theory. Cause I told Dad how badly I wanted AJ Lee to show up.
Mm-hmm.
And when I couldn't find my Love Bite shirt, I felt like that was a sign. I had my belt. It was nice. I was ready. And she didn't show up.
Nice.
So, yeah. The entire women's match, I feel like I could have fast forwarded through. Because, I either didn't know people or they just suck.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Yo, we need to get your daughter on Rock and Ropes. Okay.
Just go. Just keep going.
Just saying. Let me see. Okay. I was watching with my mom.
Mm-hmm.
My mom doesn't watch a whole lot of wrestling. When we were watching the men's match, and number 30 came out, my mom almost threw my little sister at the TV in anger.
Oh jeez. Oh Jesus.
Goddamn.
He really is a vital disease. My 7-year-old niece about to fly out across the living room. That's a little rough.
Well, poor me.
She
We're glad there was
almost threw something at the TV.
We're glad that there was no human beings harmed in the making, at least on the Casa side of things.
Right? I
Because
feel like
we were
one of
sitting
those
here-
movies where you have to be like, no animals were harmed in the making of this motion picture. No 7-year-olds were harmed during the watching of the Men's Royal Rumble.
Almost. No, but we were sitting here. We were thinking it was going to be like the Rock, maybe save John Cena for 30th. You know, somebody with potential. We got Logan Paul.
We got Scammer. Yep.
When I almost turned his Lunchley prime ass off the TV, I was this close.
Yep. I feel that.
And I don't think anybody's going to argue me on that.
Hey, can I add to your complaint, Natalie? How about the fact that he eliminated CM Punk and AJ Styles. Continue.
Thank you.
I was about to get to CM Punk. He was wearing too much pink. It was making my eyes hurt. That's not really a complaint. I just wanted to point it out.
Okay.
The entire men's match gave me, I think, a total of 4 anxiety attacks. But as that does, the whole Seth losing his shit. Now, if y'all know me, y'all know I already don't like him.
Yep.
Y'all already know I feel that there is so much more and so much better than Seth Rollins. He is at the bottom of my list. And what he did to my tribal chief, that is a rant for another time.
Oh.
No. Keep
I'm
going.
already
Don't
ranting
stop
as it
now.
is.
Keep going.
Because, alright, I'm a nerd when it comes to the Shield. They are on my wall, for fuck's sake.
Hey, what up, Better Shield girly? What up?
I have my Roman Empire shirt on right now. And I thought it was going to be a good night after the women's. I thought maybe it would get better. I don't know if that man has a concussion or not.
Yeah, that's
And it's all that motherfucker's fault.
Yikes, yeah.
I hate
I acknowledge that Seth's attack on Roman Reigns is bullyism.
It was absolute bullyism. He didn't stop for shit.
Nope.
For
And I
those of
thought
y'all that
CM Punk
aren't
was
in
about
the
to
know,
attack Heyman. I almost had a whole other rant to go on, but he didn't.
for all of y'all,
Thankfully.
bullyism is a Natalie original word.
Bullyism, yes.
Getting a little heated here, sorry.
Yo, bully, ISM, and the Santa Claus movie font. If you know, you know.
Continue.
Yeah. As for the winners, I've already stated how I didn't like Charlotte winning. I feel like it was bound to happen, but like there could have been better. You know? Cough, cough, AG. But she didn't show up. Just saying. As for Jay, honestly, I didn't think John Cena was gonna win. I didn't really want John Cena to win. It is what it is. I didn't think they were gonna push him for that just yet. But either way, we already know he's gonna be at Mania somehow. It kind of has to happen, but like, I don't know. I'm happy about Jay, but I kind of wish it was Punk. I wouldn't even say I wanted Roman to win.
Which is crazy if you know her, for her to acknowledge the fact that she didn't want Roman to win, that she thought it should have been Punk.
Yeah.
That
only
for those of y'all that
problem I
aren't
have.
that familiar with her, like she pledges allegiance to the tribal chief.
However, I am pissed off that Logan Paul was longer than Roman.
Dude, you'll get to me later.
Patience, James, patience.
There were just so many feelings. I watched the other 2 matches without audio, and they were more entertaining.
Damn.
I do have to ask, since your mom was there watching with you, what was her reaction to seeing the Motor City Machine Guns on WWE television? Because she used to be a huge Chris Sabin fan.
Yeah.
She watched, but then she left halfway during the match because she thought it was boring.
Oh shit.
Yeah. I remember Jay. We watched SmackDown up there a couple times when I've been up there visiting, so she's kind of used to the fact that Sabin and Shelley are now part of the E.
I think she was more entertained with the pre-show because the freaking appearance of whatever the hell his name was, not bad.
Who was it?
The freaking Dudley who was there.
Bubba Ray.
Oh, Bubba.
Thank
Bubba,
you.
that's right.
Uncle
Okay.
Bully.
I think she was more entertained with the pre-show because of him.
Uncle Bullyism at his finest. Continue.
Just
saying.
Hey,
The whole Cody and KO thing, in my opinion, I dubbed over it great. It was more entertaining, my version.
Oh.
But I don't know. I kind of thought and already felt Cody was going to win, even though he shouldn't have. Who said that?
Yeah.
I've never been a Cody fan.
Oh, we know.
I still have the grudge.
We know.
Fair enough. Well, we may know, James, but everybody else on the panel and the fans may
That's
not
actually
know.
fair. Yeah.
We do have Ash and DJ who are still relative newcomers to the show, so
that's fair.
That was kind of the end of my rant. I just had a lot of pent-up emotions, especially about AJ not being there.
Fair and valid.
Fair enough.
Fair and valid.
Fair enough. So, and again, to just show how much like me my daughter is, she was anti-Charlotte Flair winning, and she was anti-wanting John Cena to win.
It's not that I didn't want him to win. I just felt like they weren't going to let him win yet.
I don't think they should have. I've said a few times that he should have to wait until summertime. Build to it. He shouldn't just waltz right in and automatically get a title shot at WrestleMania. I also agree with my daughter as far as Nikki Bella goes. Now, before Jeff can pop back on camera and start lashing out at me too.
I'm here. I'm just trying to situate my room here. Sorry.
I'm not so mad that Nikki came back. I'm just more upset that she was number 30. I feel like had she come out any other point in the match, it would have gotten a much better reaction from me. But the fact that she was number 30 when it could have been AJ Lee, it could have been Jade Cargill, it could have been
Becky
a
Lynch.
number of other women, Becky Lynch, Alexa Bliss could have been number 30 instead of coming out where she was. I feel like Nikki Bella being in that spot was just kind of, Yeah, I made the joke earlier in the night when Cody retained. I was like, is there a seasoning sauce that is more dull than mild? Because that's how I felt about Nikki Bella coming out at 30. Like, what's weaker than mild sauce? Breakfast
I'm
sauce?
not getting it. I was going to say, I'm not going to disagree. The crowd reaction was very lukewarm. I was surprised to a point. But when it's my turn, I'll further elaborate.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, thank you for setting the bar, Natalie. We will now turn things over to the other female in the room, Shadow Batash. Ash, what did you think?
First of all, can anyone hear me very well?
Yes.
Okay, good, because my Bluetooth earphones were being like jackasses, to put it mildly. So the women's rumbles. For the women's rumble, I like how they added like story beats for Lyra Valkyria's IC title. She has like maybe 2-3 contenders right now. As much as I like Charlotte Flair, I love her, but she didn't really need the rumble win. She kind of has like that old school John Cena problem where it's no fault of her own, because as good as she is, it seems like management can't do anything with her unless she's somehow involved in the title picture. And then we got the tag 2 out of 3 falls match. It was good, but it felt way too short. However, I do like how Ciampa and Gargano are working as heels, because this is the first time I've seen them work together as a heel tag team, and my God, they got it down to a T. Like especially how they got that first fall was just wonderfully done. And even though the match felt too short, I like how it's setting up like a possible 3-way feud between Motor City Machine Guns, DIY, and I think they're still called the Street Profits, right? Okay, because I haven't been keeping up with SmackDown. I'm so far behind on pro wrestling. It's ridiculous. You wouldn't believe it. It was also nice seeing Alexa Bliss. That was pleasant surprise for me because I was not expecting her to show up in the Rumble at all.
Goes to show that the tabloids were wrong again. Continue.
Let's be real. When are they right?
Thank you.
Accurate.
So that leaves us to Cody and Kevin Owens ladder match. It was a fine ladder match. Holy crap! Did Kevin Owens take some nasty bumps? Like, especially that Alabama slam. Like, goddamn, that looked like it hurt like real bad.
I said it on air. Y'all lucky y'all got free health care because Kevin needs some hospital time.
Somebody call his mama.
And as for the men's rumble, again, it was wow. I was not expecting Jey Uso to win. That was a pleasant surprise. Also seeing AJ come back in the rumble because I was not expecting him to come back at the rumble as well. Overall, I'd say this was a pretty good pay-per-view. I don't really got too much complaints.
Yeah, we'll get to go back and give it a week or two and see if the recency bias holds up or if it really is the best one in at least a generation.
I mean, it wasn't the best, but it wasn't the greatest. It was enjoyable and passable for me, at least, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it was a solid show. I will go more in depth into my thoughts in a little bit, but kind of wanted to give people that weren't on the air an opportunity to say their piece first. I am going to break that just a little bit because Stat Boy is saying that it's late and it's past his curfew and he needs to go night-nights. He's my brother. I'm allowed to mess with him like that. But we're going to go ahead and let him go so he can dip out of here. And then that also frees up a spot in case Ryan or A-Train or whoever else wants to try to pop in if they're watching. So go ahead, Stat Boy.
As far as the women's Rumble goes, I said it earlier, I'm pretty certain at this point Bianca is in the top 10 of overall cumulative time in Rumbles. I'm kind of hoping that Punk's performance was far less than that because Punk had the 10th spot. A few little sad spots in the Rumble again. AJ Lee would have been great to see her there. Charlotte winning, I was a much bigger Charlotte supporter. I am a little worried about this comeback. I don't wish ill will on her or anything like that. I don't want to see anything happen to her. If anyone, I guess, is going to if Cena isn't going to break the 16-time championship, then let Charlotte do it. So give her titles 15, 16, 17, however that's going to work. But overall, the Women's Rumble was a high bar setter. I agree with what was said about the tag team match. Way too short. I think that's where I started to fade off because I really didn't pay attention to it. I wanted to get the work done with the Rumble stats, which is going to take another year probably to get everything right. As far as the ladder match, still have some questions, why didn't Sammy get involved? Is this the end of it? Can Kevin, move on to something else, if anything? Where's he going to go? As far as the men's Rumble, wow. To have, Joe Hendry, then Roman come out, then Punk come out, then Seth come out, and that spot alone with the four big names come out, and then of course Cena's in there too, so we can't forget about him. To get those, that's probably a first where the big name, high marquee people come into play. A little bit sad that The Rock didn't show up. When it came down to 29 and 30, it clicked. I'm like, LA Knight hasn't shown up yet. So once LA Knight came out, that's when it really kicked in. Okay, it's not going to be Rock. It's going to be Logan Paul. That's why I said what I said during the watch along. It would have been great to see Rock come out there too, but who knows why he's not ready or whatever that is. The Logan Paul spot, of course, with jumping to the table, to the barricade, to the stairs, to take out AJ and then take out Punk, and then to almost have him win it. Surprising, but very well written, if that's what you want to use the term. To almost have Logan Paul win, his would have been another moment that would have broken the internet. There's actually a video out there, top 10 moments that broke the internet. If that would have happened, hey, that would have been great. Also, the way Jay and John, wow, those two worked the finish of the match very, very well. A nice little shove at the end, and it was, it wasn't a Ric Flair fall, it wasn't a slam, it wasn't a haymaker. At the end of the day, it was just a good old-fashioned, you're out. And I would have liked to see the sixth move of Doom come back, but I guess no one practiced their Mandarin Chinese, the way of the North Star. That would have been nice. Cena declaring for the Chamber, that I agree with. I mean, you don't declare for the Chamber, you qualify for the Chamber. I mean, they should allow Cena like one match to properly qualify and then have him come back for the Chamber. That'd be a great a way to run that. Stat Boy's work is never done, so hopefully I can properly publish something with all the stats that I want and all the little tidbits that social media is going to catch up on. I had a great time doing the commentary. I am looking forward. This is, honest and heartfelt. I'm very happy that Noah and I are going to be doing the Super Bowl. This is big, I mean, Noah, I've said this many times. You are one of the reasons why I wanted to do watch-alongs for sports. Honest to God, you put in the work. You do a great job. And, I want to be part of this. And I'm very, very happy that you're going to try something new, and I'll help you out with it. I'm not gonna be the condescending teacher or anything like that. If you have a question about it, I'll give you my best answer, and I hope we're going to have a lot of fun with this on Sunday the 9th. I really wanted to be super excited, but it's been a long day, and I'll see you all next week.
Wow. Fair enough. Thank you very much, Stat Boy. We appreciate that.
I love you all, family. Stat Boy out. That's what you wanted.
Yes. Where the heck did Jeff go?
He got booted for some reason. I don't know what's up. Oof. Keep in mind, I believe he is near the Mouska Mafia headquarters. Last week, he got booted when he was over by Mickey DeMouse's house. So,
okay, yeah.
Who knows what's going on over there? Yes, Walter.
I just wanted to go next. I'll start with the calm thing, and then Natalie, you might want to cover your ears after, because I'm about to.
Did you hear the language she used? She's fine.
I know.
I was like, is it a matter of
F-bombs,
language,
like,
or
seriously.
am I gonna get more pissed?
No. First of all, I completely agree with JJ. I'm not mad that Nikki Garcia, Nikki Bella was in the Rumble. I'm just a little disappointed that she was number 30. I feel like that could have been saved for somebody else. I'd rather have had Nikki be number 1. So right off the bat, you get a nice surprise. Hey, look, somebody's back. And maybe she would have got a better reaction being number 1. I feel like that's why the crowd gave her the reaction they did, is just because they expected somebody else to be number 30. So when it was Nikki, they gave her that reaction. It's not the fact that it was Nikki herself. It's just that they were really expecting someone like Jade Cargill to be number 30. So I don't think it's anything against her. It's just the fact that they wanted something else. That's all it was. In terms of the Rumble itself, it was an awesome Rumble. I'm happy Charlotte won in terms of the league and the points, but I'm not happy she won because, like, damn it, did she really have to do that? But this is where I'm going to go off. The internet wrestling community, and this is what the fuck is wrong with y'all. This is the hypocrisy. When Super Cena was on his run, you bitched and you moaned and you cried that he keeps winning. Give us something else. Surprise us. Roman Reigns wins over and over again. You bitch, you moan, you cry, surprise us. This Rumble, out of left field, out of nowhere, they give you Jey Uso as the winner. Surprise me. Give me something different. Yet you bitch and you fucking moan that Jey Uso won. That should have been this. That should have been that. That should have been... You fucking asked to get surprised. You fucking asked to get something different. You fucking asked for this and that. They give it to you, and you're still not happy. This is Jay-Z level of cheating on Beyonce. You're never fucking satisfied. You're never happy. You can get gold for Christmas, and you be like, why didn't you give me silver? You can get a Jey Uso shirt for Christmas that you wanted, then you'd be like, why didn't you give me Roman Reigns? You're never fucking happy. And that is the problem with the internet wrestling community. What the fuck is wrong with you? They gave you something different. They gave you everything you've ever asked for, and you're still not happy. What the fuck does it take to make you shut the fuck up and be happy? Click the seatbelt on your ass and just enjoy the ride and shut the fuck up. That's why the Cody Crybabies was born. Exactly for this reason right here. Shut the fuck up and just enjoy the ride. Jeez.
Okay, before you go any further, let me say, even though he's gone, Statboy approved. And I know the one person in particular that vitriol is targeted towards.
And DJ, for the record, it wasn't you, bud.
No.
But
I'm sure he knows that wasn't towards him.
No.
The individual that was directed towards goes by 3 letters. One of them is J in the middle, but we won't give you what the other 2 are. But he is a no DQ contributor.
Damn.
DJ, I know you got a rebuttal, and I'm not mad, but my point is people are never, ever satisfied. Like, what does it take to be satisfied? They gave you some left field stuff, the winner, and we don't know if he main events WrestleMania. We automatically assume he can put it up. People have put title shots on the line. People have put their money in the bank case on the line. Somebody may convince Jay to put that main event on the line. He loses it, and guess what's going to happen? No, why would he put his guaranteed shot on the line? And nobody's going to get happy again. It's going to happen again. If he somehow finds his way out of the main event, just because Punk said Paul Heyman owes him a favor, he didn't say it was exactly being Roman Reigns. We all assume that. He can ask Paul Heyman to somehow get Jey Uso to give up his spot and give it to Punk, and Punk gets his WrestleMania spot. We don't know where this is headed, and yet if that happens, somebody will still find a way to complain. But go ahead, DJ. I know you want a rebuttal.
So I agree with the sentiment of the point, because you're right. You can, with wrestling fans, you can never fucking please us, and I agree with that. But what I don't agree with is you saying they gave us something out of left field. No. They played it fucking as safe as possible with putting Jey Uso in the main event. They rather sell some fucking t-shirts and some fucking yeet shades other than give us an actual good main event for WrestleMania. See, exactly. That's all they want to do. They don't want to make us happy. They don't want to make us satisfied. They want to make a fucking dollar off of it. Because if they wanted to make us satisfied, CM Punk would have been the perfect fucking winner. They painted the story for months already, for years, since he came back.
Yep.
But they want to put the guy who just got his ass kicked by Gunther on Saturday. Last Saturday. It wasn't even a week. Just got his ass kicked. The guy wins the Royal Rumble. That's my fucking issue. The whole point of this Rumble to me was the theme of this Rumble is missed opportunities. Because literally every match and every event every single one was a giant missed opportunity. They missed an opportunity by not putting Alexa Bliss at 30 instead of 21 when she got the loudest pop of the night. Mm-hmm. There was a missed opportunity when you don't bring back Jade or you don't bring back AJ Lee. There's a huge missed opportunity when you ruin a somewhat decent tag team match by letting the fucking Street Profits, who haven't even been on TV that often, interfere with a good match. And now we're going to get stuck with a fucking 7-way tag team match for the belts. Like, we need just every tag team thrown into one match just because we want all the tag teams on WrestleMania. And then we get to the main event. The Rumble match, the Cody match, I'll get to after that because that was so little and minute. The missed opportunity there was just Randy. That's it. Randy didn't come. They threw Sammy into it. Whatever. I don't care. That match I really didn't care about. The Rumble match, I thought it was perfect. The way they put it together was perfect. It's like we had two separate mini Rumble matches together. We had the jobbers and mid-carders in the beginning, and then we had all the main eventers toward the end. That was the perfect and best way I've seen them try to pace the Rumble match ever. It was a great pace. But when it got to them final 6, and you've seen Roman and Seth both get thrown out, I threw my hands in the fucking air. Because we were stuck with Jey Uso, Logan Paul, John Cena. Fucking John Cena. Don't get me wrong. I love John. He should have been eliminated before Roman, Punk, or Seth. He should have interacted with Joe Hendry. Another missed opportunity. Like, again, this whole entire... And I might feel better in the morning before I take my Rock and Ropes episode. But there were so many missed fucking opportunities. Yeah, it was still a goodish pay-per-view. But for how big they were painting this fucking Rumble to be and how such a spectacular it was supposed to be, they let us down a fucking lot. A lot. This was a misfire to me by WWE. A complete misfire. Between Charlotte Flair winning, now we're back to... Charlotte's back to having that image of she gets whatever she wants and she's just in the main event because she's a fucking Flair. I knew better not to bet against a Flair during the Rumble. But that's why she was my number 2. And also, I want to state, I called on the prediction show that AJ was coming back. AJ Styles, at least. No one thought that was coming, but I knew that everything about his injury was too fucking quiet. Too quiet. And as soon as he came out, I was like, see, DJ knows exactly what the fuck he's talking about because it was too goddamn quiet. Nobody was talking about AJ Styles. Nobody gave us an injury update. Nobody told us how good his recovery was. You heard nothing. Yep. And the shape he was in before he left, I knew he was going to pull a John Cena and come back like 8 months ahead of schedule. Because he's AJ fucking Styles and he's phenomenal. And honestly, he should have been in the Final 4 because he got the second loudest pop of the fucking night.
Yep.
And he should have had the TNA song, but
yeah, him and Joe Hendry could have interacted. Teased something there. Again, another missed. It was nothing but missed opportunities, at least from my perspective. This whole pay-per-view was like, let's just give it to the casual fans and shit on the Smart Mark loyal fans. Fuck all you Smart Marks. We just don't give a shit about you. You want us to give a shit about you? Go up our asshole, go fist deep, and just take it out yourself because we ain't gonna give it to you.
Damn. I'm wearing a CM Punk shirt. I wanted him to win too, but there's more than one way.
I'm sorry, that's my rant. I'm sorry, guys, but I just came out really pissed, and I needed to vent about this.
exactly
Yeah,
what
go
I
for it.
wanted to
Nope.
snap too.
No worries. No worries. Everyone is going to get their opportunity to be vocal. Before I throw it over to Big G, who did request to go next in the private chat, I'm going to bring onto the screen Ryan, who has joined us.
Oh, Jesus
We're waiting
Christ.
on Jeff to get here. Looks like we've got the Green Ranger in attendance. Your camera is way tilted up, Ryan, so we only can see the top of the mask there. FYI.
Damn, where's the Mighty Morphin sound when we need it?
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, your camera's all fucked up. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Go ahead,
Sure
Big
is.
G.
All right. Oh boy, oh boy,
So,
Walter. First of all, you literally
Royal
took the
Rumble.
words right out of my
Royal
mouth. All
Rumble.
right, I'm talking first. I'm talking. Let me talk.
Yeah,
and you guys can
yeah.
talk. Be polite.
Yeah.
Be respectful.
Yes.
All right. First of all, Charlotte Flair winning. Okay, I mean, she won me $90. She got me the points, but does she need another world title? Probably not. But you know what? We don't write for fucking WWE, so let them do their fucking jobs and be fucking happy. If you don't like this shit, turn off the damn TV, turn to the channel, watch something different. Stop your bitching and moaning because it's pissing me off. Next thing, the biggest pop I thought in the Women's Rumble was Alexa Bliss. Alexa coming back, I did not see coming. And my Alexa just went off. That's how pissed I am. People need to stop bitching and complaining about AJ Lee coming back. She's not coming back. She's done wrestling. She wants to enjoy her life as a writer. That's what she fucking does right now. She's not coming back. Get over it, people. Nikki Bella coming out as 30, whatever. Like I said, people were expecting AJ Lee to come back. Triple H even said in the post show that people are still coming back. We still have a couple of months for people to come back from Mania, including Becky, Jade, and whoever wants to come back. You can't have everybody come out at the Royal Rumble at once. I've always said, we don't need legends and people from the past to show up at the Royal Rumble. Build up your NXT stars. Look who you had in the from NXT in the Rumble: Roxy, Julia, Stephanie, Lash. You had Jordan come up from TNA, who's just recently signed with WWE. Anyways, so DIY retaining, not a shocker to me. They're doing. Johnny and Tommaso are great separate as heels, but they are fucking awesome together as a tag team as heels. And the crowd wasn't all that loud and whatnot into it, but whatever. The ladder match with Cody and KO. Cody's 300 days as champion now, or 301 now that it's February 2nd. People are starting to shit on Cody now. People wanted him to finish the story, and now they're shitting on him. That spot with the Alabama Slam at the end was freaking ridiculous. I'm sure Sammy getting involved, I was in it. I was fine with. He didn't need to. He was out there to be supportive of his friends, and obviously he tended more towards KO at the end. All right, now the men's rumble. Breathe, Jeffrey, breathe. All right. I liked Ray and Penta coming out as number 1 and number 2, get that potential match at WrestleMania that we might get. Then later, Joe Hendry coming out, wasn't a big shocker. We all expected him because we believe in Joe Hendry. Then later on, the bigger names started coming out. You had Roman, Jay, Punk, Rollins, AJ Styles coming back with this old theme song. Thank the fucking gods. I did not And then you had Logan Paul come at 30. I got that bonus point in the league predictions. I was happy about that. And, you know, like I said before, we don't write for WWE. Let them do their jobs, you know, and their jobs are to bring in the casuals, by the way. You know, they want new fans to come in. They don't want us smart marks to ruin everything, you know. But, you know, at WrestleMania, this is what I'm seeing at WrestleMania from what I gathered from yesterday. We're gonna get Jay versus Gunther. How many rematches have we had in WWE over since, you know, its inception? You know, there's always rematches, and there's always the chase. Jey Uso is chasing the world title. It took Cody 2 years to chase Roman Reigns to beat him. And people bitched and complained last year when it was going to be Rock and Roman, and Cody won the Rumble, and Cody wasn't going to challenge Roman. But with the Cody Crybabies, it flipped, you know, and it's just frustrating. It's just frustrating to see people bitch and complain. They're never satisfied. Yeah, I complain about things here. There's little nitbits that I don't like, but I'm not going to go on X and Twitter and bitch and moan about it because nothing's going to change. Nothing's going to change. I believe Triple H is doing his best work. If Vince McMahon was still running the WWE right now, Roman Reigns or John Cena would have won the Royal Rumble. But like Walter said earlier, everybody bitches and complains. Cena's won the Rumble twice already. Roman won the Rumble in 2015. He was champ for over 4 years. You know, this is something way out of left field. Jey Uso winning. The man freaking deserves it. He's been in the business over 10 years. I want to say 13 years. He's been a tag team specialist for the longest time. His nickname is Main Event. So, like I said earlier, this is what I can see happening. We're going to get Jay versus Gunther at WrestleMania, unless Gunther somehow loses it before then. But I don't see that happening. We're going to get Cody versus Cena. And then we're going to get Roman, Punk, and Rollins. And that's going to be the main event of night 2. Because I can see Jay opening night 1 and Cody closing night 1 or opening night 2. So, Jey Uso winning, I thought was the right decision. It's somebody new, somebody fresh, somebody who hasn't won the Rumble and gives us some exciting storylines. Like Walter said earlier, he could, you know, put it on the line and end up losing it or whatever. But, you know, and then we still don't know what's going on with the Rock, if he's going to do something. But just be satisfied what we're getting. WWE is putting out some of the hottest stuff right now. They're selling out stadiums compared to AEW, compared to TNA. Nothing against the companies, but WWE is and always will be the #1 company in professional wrestling. So be happy. If you don't like the shit, change the fucking channel. Christ.
Okay. Before I hand off to the next person, with the exception of DJ, I think pretty much everybody else in the room, for the most part, isn't upset about Jey Uso winning. Because to your point, to Walter's point, it's something different. It's someone that's never won the Rumble before. I know, at least for myself, I'm more upset that Charlotte won. Because I feel like the Women's Rumble is still too new of a creation to have repeat victors. Especially when you think about some of the women that haven't won a Rumble before. Everyone knows I could give fuck all about Liv Morgan. But she's been the bridesmaid 2 years in a row, came in at number 2 this year. if there was ever an opportunity for her to prove that she's to be watched, she could have won the Rumble this year. And at least it would have been somebody different. Yeah, it's a former 2-time women's champion, but it's not Charlotte fucking Flair, who takes a hiatus, comes back, is immediately thrown in the title picture, wins title, has a stranglehold on it, loses it to somebody, and then disappears for a year. The AJ thing, I understand, bro. You telling people to get over it. Aren't you the same guy that said The Rock was never going to come back and wrestle? And you ended up eating your words last year? Never say never. It's okay for people to hold out hope for that. If there was ever an opportunity to do it, I feel like this year would have been the year to do it. Walter talked about on a couple of times that we could have had a husband and wife win the Rumble for the first time this year. In that if Punk had won, like everybody thought that he might, and then AJ was a surprise and won, we all knew Andrade wasn't going to win the shit. No offense to El Idolo, but let's be real. You know, Seth and Becky could have pulled it off in the same year. They didn't. Becky wasn't there. I loved seeing all the NXT women in the Rumble. My heart damn near burst out of my chest with pride for all them girls that I support. And I got to announce a good chunk of them coming to the ring. Walter got to do Roxanne. Fuck you for that. Because she almost went the distance and won from the number 3 spot.
Yeah.
But, you know, I feel like, and again, I think a lot of it comes down to Nikki Bella and her placement. I feel like if Nikki hadn't been number 30, people may not have shit on the Women's Rumble the way they have. Because it was a waste of an opportunity. That's just my opinion when it comes to that. Especially since she's been in the Rumble before. You know.
To your point, JJ, on the broadcast, they showed a fan's view of Nikki coming out, and listen to the reaction it got. Like, even the person who was holding the phone didn't care.
Yeah. But you feel better? G? Because you said that with intent and purpose, so I'm just making sure you good, bro.
Yeah, I'm good. TGS is the one who lit that fire, by the way.
Same for lighting Walter's fire. I just didn't want to give him any credence by actually saying him on the air.
Real quick, JJ, I just want to kind of like reiterate the fact, like I understand people's point and perspective of, yeah, we should just let it play out. But imagine you're reading a book and the character you spent most of your time investing in just died out of nowhere. Would you want to read the rest of the fucking book, or you're just going to be like, fuck this, there's no reason to read this no more?
Game of Thrones exists, by the way.
What exists, Ryan?
Game of
Thrones exists.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You're wrong. That season 8 was garbage. What were we talking about?
You know, for me, I agree a little bit with what Arlene is saying. Like, I felt like that moment where we had Stephanie and Julia and even Roxanne for a moment looking across at Bayley, Charlotte, and Bianca. I feel like they could have done something more with that, because you had 3 that had won the Rumble before and 3 that were the young prospects.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like they wasted that at that particular moment. They can still build on it over time. seeds have been planted, but I feel like there was a little bit more that could have been done with that right there. Personally. James, you've been very patient, and I know you have some stuff that you want to say.
Yeah. Okay, so things have changed here a little bit. First of all, I want to start off by saying we can all have different opinions and not get each other all tied up in a hissy fit and still enjoy the industry together. So let's please keep that in mind before we decide to go at each other's fucking jugular over what is ultimately entertainment at the end of the fucking day. Please, thank you.
We can. You wouldn't have known that by the spaces last night. Continue.
Yeah, I know. Depending, well, I to be fair, I don't know what TGS said, and quite honestly, it's probably better I don't. So I feel Walter and Big G's pain there. At least when DJ said his point, at least it made fucking sense. You know what I mean? And it was genuine.
Hey, didn't you and somebody else in another chat go at it? I'm just saying.
Yes, yeah, different thing. And that was over bullshit, by the way. That didn't even have anything to do with this. Ryan knows. DJ knows. Man, I think the winner was a mistake, but I don't hate it. Like, I don't loathe it to the point where other people have. Like, I'm waiting to see where it goes, because ultimately, at the end of the day, we're probably getting Punk Rollins too. We're going to get Roman involved in something. Maybe we don't, just the way they wrote him off. Who the hell knows? But they really kind of kept you guessing with how the card's going to be. So I'm kind of just waiting to see what happens after Elimination Chamber, the way it's being built up. So I'm not nearly as mad about that. All right. Here's where my rant comes in and why I'm pissed off, okay? And I'm sorry, this is the one blemish to me with WWE. Logan Paul, in no goddamn respect, should have ever been in the final three. I don't care how good you think he is. I don't care if he brings in numbers. The dude scammed a whole bunch of people with his CryptoZoo bullshit. Fuck all the way off Paul for that one. Sorry. That was bullshit. There was no reason he should have been eliminating AJ Styles and CM Punk after the bullshit he's been involved in. But one of those people, by the way, was advocating for trans rights, that being Punk, by the way. And the dude who fucking did a whole thing, they have him eliminate. We talk about perception as reality. Right there, Paul? You know Taker's words very well. I'm bullshit that he was even in the final three. He never should have been in the final three. He shouldn't have even been number 30. I agree with the room there. He never should have been 30. And for those who are going to be like, oh, you shouldn't care, it shouldn't be that fucking big of a deal, you weren't one of the people he scammed fucking millions of dollars over. I happen to give a shit about people who were scammed money and were fucked over royally in real life. Just because this entertainment doesn't mean that Logan Paul is legitimately a piece of shit. You want to know why people were booing him? Because they don't want to actually see him. I just do what most people don't do, and I just click anytime I see him, which is what I did until I found out he was eliminated. So fuck Logan Paul. Other than that, I didn't really have an issue. Other than the Motor City Machine Guns and DIY being too short. That's about my only complaint. Otherwise, I thought the rest of the show was fine. Fuck Logan Paul. That's my rant.
Okay. Fair enough.
Free my ass. Fuck
you should have a swear counter somewhere over here, because damn.
Yeah. I would have lost count. I would have lost count, but you know what? It's entertaining. Before I pass over to the next person, I want to shout out Nestor for pointing out in the chat, and I got to go ahead. I got to dig that little knife a little bit into our next speaker, just a smidge. Ladies and gentlemen, currently on the screen, you have the current reigning and defending Rock and Ropes Tag Team Trivia Champion, Walter and Ryan, who represented the Simply Reliable Studios.
There you go. How you doing, Ryan? How you doing, Walter? Feel good? Well, you're not unmuted, Ryan. There you go. There you go. Say it again.
I'm doing fine. I enjoyed the Rumbles overall, right? I was not expecting Alexa to come back. That's the big thing I popped for. I don't know if this is just for the moment or she's going to be back full time. I hope she's back full time. I miss Alexa Bliss. And I'll say it. I have no need for Liv Morgan no more, as Alexa is home. I get it. Charlotte wins the Rumble. She's the most paid female athlete in WWE. You need to get some investment back off of her. You know? That's really about that. Nikki Bella, I feel should have been placed earlier in the match. Charlotte was going to come in anyways, and we already had it announced. Do the Cody thing and just bring her back at 30. DIY and in the Motor City Machine Guns. That happened exactly how I said it would happen. I think I said it last week, maybe the last Saturday. Yeah, I think I said it. It was going to be the buffer match, and they did not give it enough time to go. I felt concerned for Kevin Owens off the spot, and felt very pleased with the ladder match overall. The Royal Rumble, bring AJ Styles back, new music, or old music. The new music is dead. Can we get rid of all the Death Rebel music? Because most of it sounds the same anyways. But what's happened? Jacob Fatu had a hell of a showing. And while I might dislike with the winner, this was the most unpredictable Royal Rumble that I've ever watched. So I'll see where it goes, right? Jey Uso versus Gunther, more than likely. I don't like the idea of it opening. I would like it to be the main event of at least one of the nights, because that is what the Royal Rumble, as far as the men is concerned, usually promised. But they might give it to Charlotte, who knows? But I'm very interested in where the road to WrestleMania brings us, because there's still a lot of matches we can get. So I'm not really angry. I'm not angry with this. Jey Uso finally gets his flowers and can properly be main event Jey Uso only for a night at WrestleMania. So give him the title, shut his fans up, let him have a little run, because the World Heavyweight title is supposed to be the workhorse championship anyways. And he showed off a couple moves I didn't think he had tonight. So, is what it is. I guess a lot of people hated the Rumble. Like, I haven't been on Twitter. I just now turned on Twitter.
I ain't
like, I've been playing 2K with my nephew and my cousins for like the last hour. That's why I wasn't on at the start.
Yeah. I don't know. I ain't turning on Twitter. I'll tell you that right now. I've had enough of fucking Twitter after yesterday, and then apparently today.
Twitter
I
is
have
just
my.
posting a bunch of bullshit.
I was going to say I have my X up, but I haven't really been paying attention to it because I've been focused here. I don't know. Like, I think a lot of people, like, has kind of already been touched on. I think a lot of people are upset about Charlotte because we need to make new stars. That's what we did with the men's rumble, but we didn't go there with the women. And to Walter's point, like, people just can't be satisfied when it comes to Jay. It's like, and I'm going to piggyback briefly on Walter's point before I throw things over to the calm, simple man to bring the topic home. But I'm almost willing to bet, Walter, where we're going to end up going here is Cena's going to enter the chamber. He's going to lose the chamber. And then he's going to want to fight Jay for his title opportunity. And then when he beats Jay, everyone's going to bitch and moan about how he took the shine away from Jey Uso.
Exactly my point. It never happened. The same people that are bitching and moaning Jay won the Rumble were just eating Monday.
Mm-hmm. And we had 65,000 strong in the stadium eating tonight.
Yeah, they were
But
very.
there's more than 65,000 on the internet.
Yeah, too many.
You know, if the numbers are to be believed, 3 million watched Raw last week. 65,000 is a small fraction of that. You know, but I'm almost ready that that's what's going to end up happening. And then people are going to be crying that John Cena's in the fucking main event of WrestleMania and he didn't even earn the title opportunity. He had to steal it from somebody who worked their asses off to get there. Which, I mean, hey, if it leads to a John Cena heel turn, I'm here for it. But, like, to Walter's and to a certain extent G's rant, people just can't be happy. They can't be satisfied. Noah, I know you've been focusing on work for church tomorrow. If I may pull you away from that temporarily, give your thoughts on the Rumble.
Oh, that's a nice ensemble there. Spooky and also fitting. Oh, what Rumble thoughts? Jesus, there's more visceral here. I feel like there's less happiness than the most down on his luck freaking 40-year-old virgin in the red light district having a one-night stand with a stripper with genital herpes and still remembering to tell the tale about it. Anyway, let's see what we're talking about here. Royal Rumble, right? Okay. Well, it was a 4-match card. So there was a good balance of quantity. I appreciate that with any sort of pay-per-view. What I loved about the women is to demonstrate the potential of the current generation of women wrestlers here in WWE. And it does seem kind of, you know, a slap in the face of fans to have somebody with a status quo that has not been involved in the business for quite a while immediately get in there and get the win from such a predominant late position in such a young history of this form. But it leads to suspension of disbelief as far as who's going to confront her and what others are going to do to prove a point that it should have been me. We don't dictate the business. The business is dictated by Paul Levesque, Lee Fitting, Shawn Michaels, and the TKO board of directors. And whether you're the biggest merch seller, the most polarizing figure, social media driven or not, or name value carried, it is what it is in WWE. So honestly, I don't get mad about that type of stuff. I also protect my mentality, as you all know, because I just enjoy life and enjoy wrestling. Why you think my predominant list, thank you for tuning in, by the way, Ash, was primarily Japanese wrestling. But for someone that's been disconnected from the WWE main roster for a long time and still doesn't really tune into Monday Night Raw or SmackDown, I really did enjoy what I had tonight because there was that sense of unpredictability in the surprises. It was really nice to see Alexa Bliss return. By the way, Big G, just a food for thought, put the Alexa in the other room. And also, I really enjoyed AJ Styles coming back, and yeah, Def Rebel, I don't care if he's a person. His music sounds like his brain's made by AI with a corrupted circuit. It's also one of those things where, yeah, Logan Paul, speed, it is what it is when WWE transcends pop culture more predominantly than the art and sport of professional wrestling, and the world of professional wrestling defined more by entertainment under the banner WWE than pretty much any other company on the planet. Let's just put it out there. So I'm not surprised by that. We all considered, well, no DQ considered, and me included, that Logan Paul was going to come out number 30. But I'm extremely happy that we got a first-time men's Royal Rumble winner, and we got this aspect of maybe it's not Gunther. Again, when Cody was last on Monday Night Raw, what did Cody say? Until we yeet together. Speaking of Cody, dadgum did Cody Rhodes and Kevin Owens fuck each other up. And I mean that quite literally. I really enjoyed the devastation, the violence of the ladder match. We all knew who the winner was going to be, but again, that sense of disbelief with Sami Zayn there. Was he going to get involved? Did he care more that his friend was injured? Was he going to help himself or help Kevin Owens? I like that little nugget that was there. And what happens with Cody Rhodes now? What's the extent of his injuries? How often do we see him on our screen competing? That remains to be seen. It also remains to be seen right now who either Royal Rumble winner is going to face. So I don't assume anything. Bottom line, the definition of assume is making an ass out of you and me. The definition of insanity is doing the same result over and over again and expecting a different result. Every freaking wrestling fan out there is never going to be satisfied, but you could always satisfy some of the fans all the time. And me being a lot from WWE, I was very satisfied with tonight's event. My only real gripe, because I'm not one to rant, because what does ranting solve? Nothing. If you have some event, though, I'm happy to listen to you, because sometimes all someone needs is a platform to share it on, or a person to hear them, or a journal to write it in, as somebody that does that himself. It's one of those things where, as a lover of tag team wrestling, seeing Morris Machine Guns and DIY and the potential of this match that you and me talked about, Ash, undermined by, well, basically everything, it did kind of hurt me. But in this landscape of WWE, tag team wrestling is still very undermined in its appreciation. That's why there really isn't those driven, dedicated storylines you used to get in NXT, and you still kind of get in TNA, if we're being quite honest here. But the bottom line, the 4-match card, one winner, extremely deserving, rightfully so, satisfied with the first result. The other winner, questionable. But all those women came out and showed out, and it proved how much value there is in this current generation of women's wrestling in WWE across all three brands. When I fought Ron SmackDown was non-existent. NXT fucking represent. And as far as the men, you can't tell me the last time we had a crazier, star-studded top half roster in a Royal Rumble, in my opinion, since probably the early 2000s. So I legitimately enjoyed this show, and for the first time in a long damn time, I am invested on the road to WrestleMania as soon as Monday night. So I don't have no complaints. Bottom line, like Walter and Big G kind of said, you're never going to satisfy everybody all the time, but there's always a way to satisfy somebody at any time. And if you aren't satisfied, find someone else that satisfies you. Just don't cause any harm to yourself, nor cause any harms to others around you that have a different opinion than you and a different fandom. I admire what Natalie said, first off, being such a young fan in this business with her own passions and dedications. And besides, you know Roman Reigns is going to get his comeback back. I also admire Walter bringing him into Japanese wrestling. And again, with the stresses of, well, life itself, I don't think there's a necessary stress of how you react to what you love should really bring you down as hard as it is, especially when somebody you claim might be a freaking idiot. And as far as Big G goes, yeah, seriously, it's like Bryan Danielson says, people are fickle. It's okay to be fickle, but you don't need to say fuck you to everybody else just because they don't agree with you, because that doesn't solve anything, and more so, it just hurts you. Just enjoy live and enjoy wrestling. If you don't enjoy what you're watching, tune out. But I thoroughly enjoyed what I saw tonight, and I look forward to see what comes out of it.
There is one thing that you didn't mention, Noah, that I'm surprised you didn't touch on, and that was the number 15 entrant in the men's rumble.
Well, there were so many moments with AJ Styles' return, Alexa Bliss's return, and Joe Hendry. Damn it, JJ. I knew he was going to walk me right into that freaking trap. But yeah, that was definitely a great moment for me. Hearing the pop from that crowd, that I'm always going to take away. But again, I am sad I didn't get that versus John Cena. But again, You either like it or you don't. But complaining about it doesn't solve nothing. It just further hurts your mentality, in my opinion. And if you got a vent, get it out and then move on. But I thoroughly enjoyed tonight's show. I just wish tag team wrestling was better valued in WWE. And as far as what happens with both world champions, wait and see.
I mainly did that because Emmanuel had put in the comments about he was disappointed at the response. And granted, I had my volume turned down a little bit so that we didn't get copyright pinged. So I wanted to see the clip. I don't know about you, bro. That sounded like $65,000 screaming their asses off when his music hit. So
Fair motivation.
Go ahead, James. I saw you with your hand up first, and then the Big G.
I do want to, because I completely forgot to mention it when I was covering the Rumble. Speed needs to get some fucking praise because he took that goddamn spear like nobody I've ever seen. He's a champion for taking that. Like, I wouldn't have taken that. Would you have taken that? Anybody in this room would have taken the spear the way Speed did? Because he was like, I guarantee you, that motherfucker went to Bromberg. He's like, I want you to hit me as hard as possible. He's like, are you sure? And it's like, trust me, make it look legit. That motherfucker never should have taken that spear with his weight. I couldn't believe that. Like, he got speared out of his shoes almost. And by the way, he also broke his leg off that, what was it? The toss?
Toss.
So I think he deserves some praise just for getting in there like he did.
I'm not going to hate anybody for getting in, despite the fact that we made light of it when it first happened. You know, it was going to be Tozawa. We're like, really? You're wasting a spot for Tozawa? And then it ended up being iShow Speed. And we're like, really? This is your step up from Tozawa is iShow Speed? But you ask if anybody would have taken that. I have shown y'all the picture of my chest lit the fuck up from the wrestling promotion I used to assist. I would have taken that from Braun.
Well, that's fair. That's
just
fair. You're a wrestler.
Because I would have been able to say, hey, I took a spear from a second generation Steiner.
Okay, let me reiterate the question then in a different way. Would anybody that hasn't trained to be a wrestler take that fucking spear? Because that's my thing.
I was going to say, last I heard, this one still wants to train to be a wrestler. I don't know if that's still 100%, but maybe Natalie would have. She's so-so about it.
All right, Izzy Moreno of this generation. Good luck to you. More power to you. Be careful when you mess with La Princesa and anyone else that could literally beat you around, because this business, you're going to get physically fucked up.
Go ahead, Big G. You had your hand up as well.
Yeah, so I'm all calmed down now.
Good.
A couple of things real quick. So if you don't like WWE, there's so much wrestling out there. No one knows it. He watches everything out there. Second thing is, I think with this tag match being on this PLE, hopefully it's a sign that we'll get more matches, tag matches, and, you know, opens up, because I think the last time the tag titles were even on a PLE was at WrestleMania 40.
Correct.
You know, it's just sad. Now, I don't know. But like I said, hopefully this is just the start of things to come for the tag division.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I want to shout out to Jacob Fatu. I mean, the man being by himself, like I said on the review or when I was on the Shenanigans with you guys last time, the man can talk on the mic. I had never heard or seen him on the mic before, and what he did with Damian Priest yesterday too. Holy crap! Like he gives me Umaga vibes, but with talking.
Yep.
Like I know they're related. You know, they're all family, but like he's giving me Umaga feelings. You know, and Umaga rarely spoke, but Jacob's got it. He's got the mic work. He's got the in-ring work, everything. But I can't wait to see that match between him and Braun Breaker one of those days. Like,
oh my gosh,
that match will be insane.
Well, Rules versus Beware of Dog.
I mean, there are enough dogs out in Indianapolis tonight when you consider who you were dealing with in that ring. I mean, again, and think about the suspension of disbelief. Think about the teases of not just on the road to WrestleMania or what could happen in WWE. Again, Paul's Race Deck is all about long-term storytelling, and it's not necessarily about the destination. It's about how we get to the destination. And again, Padre Sevec, there you have it. There are your Royal Rumble winners. Congratulations again to Charlotte Flair and Jey Uso. Again, I'm looking forward to seeing what's ahead for both world champions and both challengers. And we might find out as soon as Monday Night Raw. We might not find out until even after the Elimination Chamber, but I'm here for it. I am. You're muted, brother.
Something I want to pose out there real quick before we go to our next topic and take a quick commercial break is the last time Charlotte Flair won the Rumble, she didn't go after Raw. She didn't go after SmackDown. She went after Rhea Ripley in NXT.
Yep.
I'm not saying history is going to repeat itself, but what if we get Charlotte Flair versus Julia?
Oh, that would slap.
That'd be interesting to me personally.
Walter, you got your hand up?
What if she does something unconventional and Charlotte goes after Masha?
NXT, I mean, it is a thing. I wouldn't rule it out. And Masha needs competition after she death match destroys Cora Jade, and what hopefully will be a death match in TNA ring because those women know how to fucking fight. So again, I'm here for the suspension of disbelief with what happens in both world title pictures here in WWE. So let's just wait and see, guys. Seriously, let's wait and see.
Fair enough. All right, before we move on to the next topic, going to go ahead and throw to a quick bumper watch-along trailer, show everybody everything that's coming up now that the Rumble is in the books. We will be right back.
And now for a taste of things to come.
And truly here, like we've been saying, when you look at everything going on in this business, we are truly about encompassing, celebrating, looking at, and commentating and reacting to all the wrestling.
Damn it. All right. Try to get everyone back situated here.
Nice Divas butterfly towel there, by the way, Natalie.
Thank you. It was a part of my, ironically, AJ costume for my birthday last year, so.
Well, you must have lighted up, and you must still be planning to light up here this year, I imagine, in a different way. So more power to you. Skip your way to victory. Go ahead, JJ.
Hey, at least we got one AJ back.
Right?
Exactly. And he was phenomenal.
So the next thing I was going to go to is, since we're already on the conversation of WWE, we got the announcement this week that Paul Triple H Levesque is going to be the headliner for the 2025 WWE Hall of Fame. Kind of curious to see what everybody's thoughts are about it, because I know there's a lot of people out there in the internet land that, despite watching the video and realizing that he was surprised as shit about it, think this is a nepotism play. And now that it's the first WrestleMania after the beginning of the Triple H era, he's putting himself in the Hall of Fame. But I'm curious to see people's thoughts about it and who else they think may end up going into the Hall of Fame along with him this year. Big G, I see you subtly raising your finger up, so I'll let you go first.
Yes. So, as a big Triple H fan myself, I mean, I have his damn logo tattooed right here on my shoulder. That's how a big fan I am of Triple H. I think it's well deserved. You know, he's already he is in the Hall of Fame already with DX, but this is him by himself. I mean, the man's had a legendary career. You know, he's a 14-time WWE champion. He's done everything possible. I'm happy for him. You know, watching that video, you could tell he wasn't surprised, and Stephanie even said she didn't even know about it either. You know, you could kind of tell that she kind of said that with like lip reading. Anyways, happy for Hunter. As far as who else I want to see this year, female wise, I want to see Mickie James go in. I think she deserves it. I want to say Bray, but I think he'd be the headline for next year if Triple H is going to be this year. I don't know who else is like out there that could potentially be in the Hall of Fame. Who else is out there? Victoria, maybe. I know she just signed a Legends deal with them, so I could, if not Mickie, then Victoria. But I'm trying to think, like, who else is out there besides everybody who I can think of is already in the Hall of Fame or will be the headliner for like the next year. Even Batista, Batista could be next year's potential headliner too, depending on where they do it. But yeah, I mean, those couple people, and then like whoever else you guys can think of, I'm sure you guys can think of somebody else or other people that could be in the Hall of Fame potentially this year. So.
Okay. Go ahead and we'll hop back up, go to Natalie, see what she thinks.
I'm not very opinionated on it because I'm still getting used to everything.
Fair.
And I'm still trying to know, kind of like what he said, like who is already and who isn't.
We'll throw some names out and we can always help you with that. We're here to help educate.
I don't have the energy to do it. What I was going to say, because it got my attention, was like, he had said, Victoria and Mickie James, both because those are both like two of my mom's really big favorites. So seeing her getting to watch that and getting to be happy, those would be my picks. But other than that, I'm not really opinionated.
Fair enough. Appreciate your honesty as far as your lack of knowledge. Of course, we're always here to help. You know that. You know where I live, little girl. I can always help you. But yeah, I was just curious what you thought about it, if you had any thoughts. We'll go ahead. We'll drop down to Ash.
I don't mind having like Triple H in the Hall of Fame. Like, to me, I don't really care for the Hall of Fame, if I'm going to be honest. But at least it's like the way I see it is like Triple H getting in now is good because it's very rare that you see like people getting in the WWE Hall of Fame given their flowers while they're still alive, as opposed to like waiting so long to bury the hatchet, and then to like what they've done with Macho Man Randy Savage. Like, look how long it took him to get into the Hall of Fame, which is really sad. Like, you couldn't like bury the hatchet while he was still around, but at least he's in the Hall of Fame, which a lot of people were clamoring for. As for like wrestlers getting in the Hall of Fame, I'm not sure, but I would, for like celebrity wings, I wouldn't mind seeing Cyndi Lauper in the Hall of Fame. I'm surprised she's not in there yet after her contributions for like for like what she did for the Rock and Wrestling era and for WrestleMania 1 as well.
Yeah, that she has been one that me and Jeff have long campaigned for.
Right?
Probably so.
You go back to WrestleMania 21, which was one of the few years that didn't have a celebrity inductee. You look at that cast of characters and how it was pretty much everybody that was anybody from WrestleMania 1. Hogan, Sheik, Volkov, Piper, and she was missing. Like, seriously, how do you have essentially a WrestleMania 1 class and you don't have Cyndi Lauper in that class?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I will say, and I've given this some thought lately, it could just be that that's a part of her life that she doesn't want to acknowledge anymore. Maybe they've made the offer to her and she's just been like, nah, I'm good. It's always possible.
That's fair. That's fair.
Anybody else? Ash? Okay.
Yeah, I already made my piece. Sorry.
Okay, I just didn't know if you had anybody else because I kind of jumped in there to
Oh no,
kind
that's
of counterpoint with you, so I didn't know if you had anyone
Oh
else.
no, that's the only person I could think of because I'm trying to figure out who's also in the Hall of Fame, and I don't have quite the list or the extensive knowledge about the who's who and who has yet to be in the Hall of Fame.
Fair enough. James, go ahead.
Ash took my picks. So I was just gonna say that. Although I will say, to add to them, I do feel like, since this is going to be his last year, and we've already kind of made the precedent set, that people who are still wrestling can be Hall of Famers. I'd argue Cena just because, but I still think if you're not going to do it here, you got to do it in Boston, and I don't know when they're going to come to WrestleMania ever in Boston. So
I must say no to that just because Triple H was announced as the headliner and Cena deserves to be the headliner. So if nothing else, maybe Cena next year, 2026, for the headliner, since this is his final year. But I get where you're coming from. Since we put Flair, we put Ray in there while they were active competitors.
Yeah,
there's no reason why they shouldn't be able to do Cena, but Hunter is the main event.
I'd argue Rock and Roll Express then, if you can get them.
It's a shout. It's a fair shout.
Especially in Vegas, place where Rock and Roll was famous before gambling.
Especially since the Death Riders damn near killed them on television a week ago. You know, I'm sure they don't want to be on AEW anymore.
Yeah, well, they almost did. Well, they got murdered. I don't know if they actually are murdered. Who the hell knows?
Hey, we've seen Eric Young come back from the dead. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's true.
Walter, I saw your hand up. Go ahead.
So tired.
Yeah, well, first on Triple H, I'm very happy for him, and I love that they surprised him. Like how you, a man of his position, how you keep a surprise from him. That's awesome that they did that. Last year we argued that it was too soon when Bray passed away, or 2 years ago now, right? Damn, time goes. It was too early, so now maybe you can do it in terms of the wrestlers who passed away wing. It's Vegas, rock and roll. We've all bitched about the music that WWE is using. Jim Johnston needs to go in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, that's a good shout. That's a really good shout.
Yeah, put him in the Hall of Fame, especially when you're already in Vegas and it's all about rock and roll and music. And then maybe that teases that he can rejoin because God knows they need help with theme music.
Right? Can I add to your point on that? When I heard I forgot who it was, but Chad Gable's Stables theme sounds way too familiar to similar to Alpha Academy's theme.
Yep.
There was legit 4
Death
or
Rebel
5
sucks.
entrances in the Rumble that I had to wait to see who the wrestler is first before I announced them, because off their music I was like, who the fuck is that?
Right?
Like,
That's really sad.
I defend Def Rebel more than most because I do feel like they've got quite a few songs that go hard, but I'm with Walter on that one.
Yeah.
A lot of them do sound repetitive, and there were quite a few I had to wait on before I could be like, oh, it's so-and-so.
See, if you wanted to bring out the dark side of me, that's what I could rant on. But again, there needs to be an injection of positivity after what really was a pretty awesome show, I think, tonight, professional wrestling. But yeah, Def Rebel fucking sucks.
I will say they did a really good job of Io Sky's theme. I absolutely love that theme, and that's a Def Rebel music thing.
I mean, every freaking 2 out of 10 songs, he actually has something that's actually relatable and tolerable. Even a blind squirrel can find their nuts.
Right? A broken clock is right twice a day.
Hey, before me and Jeff stopped doing the dads on wrestling top 10s, one of our topics was going to be the top 10 Def Rebel themes. And I had almost 40 themes of Def Rebel that I actually feel go hard. I know a lot of people have a hard time believing that with as much as they dismiss Def Rebel. I'm going to have to see if I have the folder still, and I'll just start sharing the graphics with people, or we can kind of go through it one week on shenanigans when we don't have a lot to talk about, because like, hell, our Tribal Chiefs is a Def Rebel song.
Mm-hmm.
You can't tell me that doesn't go hard.
Oh, that slaps. That slaps.
Jey Uso's is a Def Rebel theme song.
It's not. I don't count that. That's CFO.
It still is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It may be a Def Rebel remix, but it's still Def Rebel that he uses right now. It's not CFO.
I'll still give that CFO with an asterisk.
Mellow, Trick. These are all Def Rebel
Pretty Deadly.
Pretty Deadly. Yes, boy.
Jesus. Oh, wait, so
there's quite a few there. And like I said, we can go into it on a week when we don't have a whole lot to discuss. But I'm sure between now and Mania, it's going to be fucking overload.
Right?
But I was going to ask, is Io Sky's Death Rebel theme the first one that she came out with when she turned heel in NXT, or no?
I'm not sure. I know the one she used tonight is Def Rebel.
Well, because I remember the one where it's like, which is,
I'm not sure.
Some Tokyo Drift nonsense.
Hey, don't hate just because it's the weakest Fast and the Furious movie, okay?
Listen, all this show has been is hate, and I'm cooked after the rinse. All right.
Hey, I'm trying to turn things back positive. We're talking about the Hall of Fame.
Embrace the hate. Embrace the hate.
We'll get a little bit more negative for our main event topic, I'm sure, because it's AEW related, and I know people have polarizing opinions when it comes to AEW. We'll probably lose my daughter when we get there.
Also, I do like the idea of like going down the list of the Def Rebel themes, because I'd be all for that. It's two of my favorite things combined: lists and music.
Hey, I got a top 10 show. So hey,
Oh yeah,
I
saw your Twitter comment on that. I haven't checked it out yet, but I will get around to doing so.
There you go. All right, Ryan, I saw you with your hand up.
So Triple H, depending on the day you ask me, it's my favorite act, my favorite guy. All asterisks included, right? Like I can observe he married his way into the family. I can observe all the little cheap shots people will take and say that he doesn't deserve the Hall of Fame induction. Yeah, he had the advantage of being married there. But in an alternate universe, he's fired after the curtain call, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if he wasn't Sean Sandler, he would have been gone then. Triple H going into the Hall of Fame is very surreal for me. I didn't think he would accept a Hall of Fame induction if he was privy to being nominated, right? So I think he is genuinely surprised. I think this comes from Nick Khan and other higher ups that are above his payroll. As far as other people to go into the Hall of Fame, until I see it broken otherwise, we usually get one person of color, at least, a tag team, a woman, and someone wrestling adjacent, right? I can't think of a lot of them to fit those categories, but I would like to see Team Extreme go into the Hall of Fame. If you're going to put in the Hardys, you have to put in Lita, because she helped get them there. So
most over trio in the Attitude Era, to be honest.
Yeah. So I would take Team Extreme if I was picking, right? It's how many other tag teams are there that are more over, right? That aren't already in there. We did more for the business, right? They made a lot of money. So, me personally, I would like Team Extreme, because I'm not sure if the Hardys will ever get a solo run anyways in the Hall of Fame, despite having Hall of Fame worthy careers. There's a lot of demons behind both of them, right? But Team Extreme is who I would want to go in there with him. But Triple H is pretty much Attitude Era, Ruthless Aggression. So I don't know if they want to expand that past other eras or not, right? So, this is what it is.
Okay. Noah, your thoughts before I give mine?
I mean, again, you figure about Triple H, Cerebral Assassin, Authority, the King of Kings, and now literally the man with the pen and paper in this new era of WWE, where it feels like it's the least stressful to work ever in the wrestling business, it seems, in there. It's one of those things, though, where, again, taking back where it was Nick Khan, Shawn Michaels, and Mark Calloway that brought this forward him unexpectedly that the wife didn't even know. I think it was very humbling, especially when Triple H said he really didn't have nothing to say. I wasn't sure what to say, as he looked like he was about to lead a town hall meeting at WWE headquarters. The fact of the matter, this man with a new second lease on life, again, pacemaker literally in his chest, that has redefined this business since we no longer have to deal with the old regime. I think it's very humbling, considering he's not at the wrestling anymore. Again, the Cerebral Assassin has been literally retired since WrestleMania, insert number here, dadgummit. So I think it's very wholesome for a guy that has dedicated so much strictly to this business and in WWE particularly. So I'm very happy for him. You guys already know where I stand when it comes to Victoria, Tara. I dig Crazy Chicks. She was always one of my alternative favorites, along with Lita. And then, of course, discovering the Knockouts division. Tara was always one of my favorites. So I think she's overdue seeing her back in WWE under this Legends contract. I can definitely see that. It's one of those things also, to Ryan's point, where you kind of outline the Hall of Fame, thinking about who goes in and stuff. You also think about those that have left us, behind. I do think Bray Wyatt deserves to go in, but I don't know necessarily if he should go in right now, especially with this Wyatt 6 that was just reincarnated last year. And John Cena, yeah, he's his own headliner. I could definitely see it happening within the next 2 years, if not next year. Cyndi Lauper, I will lobby for before Drew Carey, even, until the cows come home. Why she's not in there, I don't know. If it's her own accord, then I absolutely respect it. But you guys pretty much took away the only ones that I could figure as far as who I believe should be in the Hall of Fame. But definitely, as a headliner on his own, Cerebral Assassin, Triple H, Paul Triple H Levesque, he absolutely deserves it.
Okay. I've been going back and forth about this ever since the announcement happened because I can understand where the IWC is coming from about it being nepotism. You know, Triple H claims he didn't know, acted surprised. Professional wrestlers are actors at the end of the day. It all could have been a performance. Would I have been upset if it had been 2 years ago? No, because it would have been the Vince McMahon administration. He wouldn't have had a say in it, really. I mean, he could have suggested himself, but at the end of the day, Vince's decision. So for it to be really the first Hall of Fame that he's kind of cultivated, I definitely question. I don't deny his worth and the career that he's had deserving of Hall of Fame. Abso-fucking-lutely. You'll not get an argument with me there. I think what will really lead me to believe if it's a nepotism thing is how the rest of the field fills out. Shawn Michaels is already in the Hall of Fame. He's already in there as a member of D-Generation X. Can't do Shawn Michaels again, really. However, Sean Waltman is in there as a member of the NWO, and he's in there as a member of DX. He does not have a solo induction yet. So if we see X-Pac go in there, might question it. Road Dogg Jesse James, Badass Billy Gunn are in there as a member of D-Generation X. If we see the New Age Outlaws get announced, I might question it. The only name I can think of that if I hear it announced as an induction, I don't think I would bat an eye at, is a woman who was referenced by Stephanie McMahon in the inaugural 2018 Royal Rumble and was mentioned during their Hall of Fame induction, and that's Chyna. Chyna's career was so closely connected to Triple H's that if they say that she's going in there this year along with him as a solo induction, I'd be like, okay. If Triple H going in is the catalyst to get Chyna her own induction, I'm down for that shit. Because she deserves it.
Mm-hmm.
Personal demons be damned. So what if she ventured into the adult industry after her WWE career? Her WWE career is worthy of an induction. As far as other names, I kind of echo the sentiment as far as the Hardys. Are you, when you say Team Extreme, do you just mean Matt and Jeff, or are you talking Lita too? Because Lita...
Matt, Jeff, and Lita.
Okay. Because Lita's already in. I would like to see the Hardy Boys go in as just the team. I kind of agree with you as far as solo careers. I don't know if Matt Hardy or Jeff Hardy will get solo inductions. I do feel that the Hardy Boys could still get a tag team induction, especially now that they're working with TNA and TNA is partnered with WWE. I could see the olive branch there. Jeff seems to have cleaned up his act. Same with Matt. I don't know. Like, Victoria was thrown out. That's definitely someone I would love to see go in. I also think that now that the portal, what did we call it, Noah? The prohibitive portal? Instead of the forbidden, instead of the forbidden door, didn't we call it like the prohibitive portal?
Oh yeah, PP. That's right. Yeah, I remember that. PP.
So now that the prohibitive portal has been opened between WWE and TNA and olive branches are on the table, give me Gail Kim. She deserves it as well.
Yeah.
Vince McMahon screwed her runs over. Triple H has been about mending fences, bringing back home to the family. As much as I feel Victoria is more deserving of Gail, the knockouts division would not exist, nor would there have been a women's revolution to counter it if Gail Kim didn't exist.
True,
Accurate.
very true.
Very good point.
Celebrities, yeah, give me Cyndi Lauper. The fact that she's not in there yet, I feel, is a crying shame. Again, if it's something they've, extended the branch to her before and she's turned it down, so be it. I'm not going to question her decision if she's said no. But if it's for lack of reaching out to her, get her in there as soon as possible. I'm drawing a blank on some other ones because even though I kind of know who's in the Hall of Fame, there's some that I like. Did they go in yet or not? You guys might remember, has Regis gone in the Hall of Fame yet?
Regis Philbin? No.
No.
I don't think he has.
I would say Regis deserves it as well.
Yeah.
Regis and Kathy Lee, Regis and Kelly was a huge outlet for them, and Regis did appear, I believe, at 7, the one that was in LA. He was also a guest host during the guest host era. So there's a little bit of history with Regis and the WWE, so I could see Reg going in.
Oh, I would love
WWE stars on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
That was so good.
As far as Bray Wyatt goes, and I know that he was mentioned a couple times in the chat, he was mentioned a couple times on the panel. I do agree that he deserves a spot. I'm torn on whether he deserves to be included in a class or if he deserves to be a headliner. There's part of me that feels that his mind was so abnormal, and I say that in a good way, not a negative way, and creative, that he deserves to be the spotlight of a Hall of Fame. And then there's another part of me that's like, but we never really got to tap into the full potential of his creativity. So does he deserve to just kind of be there as the mid-carder? That's kind of what's going through my head right now. And that's the only reason why I haven't advocated for him to be an inductee yet, because I'm still trying to determine in my brain if he deserves that main event spot or not for the Hall of Fame. What do you guys think? Is Bray somebody that deserves that main event spot, or should he just kind of be another name as part of the class? And I know Natalie can't really speak on that, so.
I would give Bray kind of his own induction, because there was a certain part of Win the Rotunda of Bray Wyatt that I think a lot of people admired when it came to his creativity. Yes, we know he came in at first as a group act. He had the Wyatt family, but when he reincarnated himself creatively, brought this character, The Fiend, and it brought so much unique publicity to WWE. I think at points he was shafted for his creativity, and I think he was his own worst critic for his creativity, but I think that was part of his charm and why many people loved him. And he was an absolute worker to be around and enjoy. You can look at Eric Rowan, late great Brody Lee, God rest his soul, Triple H himself. He left a lasting impact, I think, in WWE, and also he's a former WWE Universal Champion. So I think in a way he deserves his own solo spot. Would I call him a headliner? The jury's still out on that, because again, it felt like his career was so short because he did so lot and he left us with quite a bit. But I think on his own, he does deserve his own induction.
Okay. Anybody else? Ryan, go ahead.
I wouldn't use Bray Wyatt as the headliner, mainly because, he's dead. It doesn't mean a lot there if you make him the headline spot, right? Solo act, Definitely. I don't think the Wyatt family is Hall of Fame worthy. Not yet. Not until many, many, many years from now. Maybe in 20 years, and we are looking at who to induct. Right? That's when you decide to induct the Wyatt family. Like there's so many people from recent eras in that Hall of Fame. When you think about how that Hall of Fame began, it was just like Andre. Then every so often we add a guy, right? And now we're adding so many people to the Hall of Fame every year. I think Bray Wyatt, solo act, if you're going to induct him, this might be the year to do it because people are going to ask for it every year until it happens. He's a great mind, the ability to reinvent himself time and time again. And, Bo Dallas can, accept the reward for him or whatever, But I don't think you should put someone who is deceased in the headlining position.
I agree.
Because at that point, what's the point? They're not here to accept it. They're not here to give us their wisdom. Okay, like literally, his Hall of Fame speech would literally be the wrestling is not a love story. Post. That would literally be it, effectively, at that point. So, that's my thoughts on Bray Wyatt.
Okay. Anybody else have anything they'd like to add to that question?
I feel about covered it. Although it would be interesting to see on the night he's inducted, the lights just go out like, and then there's just a lantern on the stage, but that's the ring, kind of like the way they honor him at the memorial. But I get where Ryan's coming from. I honestly can't remember the last time we had a headliner that was deceased. Now that I think about it, because the Hall of Fames over the years sometimes they have blurred with me. So some of them I'm like, yeah, I guess that happened. But as far as headliner that's deceased, I can't think of one.
I'm not sure, but was Macho Man the headliner when he was inducted? Because I think
I'm
that
not
was,
sure.
I can't remember if that was 2011 or 2012 he was inducted.
2011 was the year of WrestleMania 27, and then 28 was 2012. 27, I think.
There appears to be no headliner for 2015. Hall of Fame.
Yeah, there was some classes that didn't even have like a key headliner. It was just a bunch of people. So
you could make an argument that he was the most deserving, or it's about damn time he's there.
Mm-hmm.
But we're at that point, and that might be the case where there is no clear headliner because the headliner is not here.
Yeah, I'm scrolling through the classes and I can't find a class where the headliner was deceased.
Okay.
Because even 2006, when Eddie went in, Bret Hart was the headliner.
Okay.
So
yeah. Again, we'll just have to wait and see. And looking at the chat, by the way, Arlene Dominguez, yeah, Miss Elizabeth, the first lady of pro wrestling. God bless her. That's definitely a shout out.
I know that there was a lot of controversy about the way Elizabeth passed, which is part of why they stayed away from her for so long.
Which is fair.
But again, time heals wounds, and maybe it's time to just overlook and put her in.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Nice.
All right. Well, before we go to commercial and get to our main event, I do want to show the images from this tweet that I just saw that was put out about an hour ago. The tweet reads, "This guy booked and advocated for me to be on the first ever All-In event in 2018, leading for me to be offered a TNA contract days later. The rest is history. Then, now.
Nice.
Wow.
Nice.
She doesn't even look like the same girl.
Yeah, like the little
Talk about a
nerd.
body transformation.
Yeah, right? Good grief.
And
Congratulations.
the difference
again,
between brunette to blonde, like seriously, the glasses, the dark hair.
Well, I remember the dark hair because when she went into TNA, again, 2019, that's when she planted freaking Tessa Blanchard with what was called, I think, still a Juggernaut driver back at the time. But it goes back to that evolution we talk about with this generation of wrestlers being cultivated in WWE. That's pretty damn cool.
Yeah.
Natalie's got her hand up.
Yes, sweetheart.
Question, and I don't want to sound stupid or none, but y'all said y'all were here to answer questions. What is that woman's name?
Her name is Jordan Grace. She is
okay. She was one of the people who I had to give a nickname to.
Okay.
Because I had no clue who she was. And
Fair
the whole
enough.
night I've been calling her He-Man with hair extensions.
Damn.
Oh!
Okay. Number one. Before we trigger Noah and have him going off, let me just say that sounds like a Grampy Chuck nickname. To be fair, Noah, she's never watched TNA wrestling.
I'm gonna say this real quick. I'm just gonna say this real quick. The younger generation are supposed to be the gems of the future, but the education level of this part of society might be questionable when it comes to what is the hands of America going to be in, especially when it comes to the wrestling business. But that being said, I appreciate Natalie's honesty, and I do appreciate Natalie's opinions, and I do appreciate her as a friend. But sometimes I am going to say stuff that is going to rile her. In this case, I'm not, because at least she's honest. But okay, He-Man and Jordan Grace, the same sentence, not on my radar tonight.
Dude,
am I wrong at the end of the day?
No, you're really not, because she is a jacked woman. There's a reason that her nickname is the Juggernaut, sweetheart.
Even though that's an X-Men reference.
Bruh, you know,
Still 80s. It's still 80s. If it's still within the same time realm.
But I was
For real.
cooked because of the rants. I'm just gonna outright say it. I was cooked with the rants on tonight's fucking show. That might have been the most out of pocket shit we've heard tonight.
But I will say this.
Fucking hell.
I will say this. I expect nothing less from my daughter. Like I said, she's never watched TNA, and she doesn't watch NXT, where Jordan has popped up the last better part of the last 6 months. So I am not surprised that she came up with her own name for her. But yeah, her name is Jordan Grace. Tonight was her technical WWE debut, because when she appeared last year, she was the TNA Knockouts champion, which is their women's championship. And yeah, she is now officially a WWE superstar.
And that's how far more prestigious than what Mommy has.
She actually was my pick to win the Women's Rumble, because I thought it would be a great way to figure out what brand she was going to go to. Have her win the Rumble, and then you can challenge for any of the women's championships. And whoever she challenged would be the show she ended up on.
Oh, good lord. He-Man and Pokemon on the same night. Fuck this freaking...
But yeah, give me Jordan versus Mommy. I know exactly who you will go with, but you want to talk about strength and power, and it would be like a mirror match.
I just want to be on that call to just be like, Juggernaut driver, Mommy beaten by Jordan Grace, just to get Natalie's reaction.
And then also give me Jordan versus Bianca.
Ooh, that'd be good too, yeah.
Again, the strength and the power. You know, Bianca calls herself the roughest, the toughest, the strongest. Let's see what happens when she goes one-on-one with the Juggernaut.
Yeah, I want to see just Jordan Grace just drive everybody on their freaking head. Let's freaking go. I'm excited now in this aspect. But anyway, now she knows. So I mean,
Yeah.
again, Natalie, you're learning, and I appreciate that. Also, who the fuck put a Pokemon in a freaking wrestling trailer for the Royal Rumble and Country Adapted? Needs to be freaking. Just go to commercial.
Noah, let me before I throw the commercial, because I know we're gonna lose Natalie here. Because when we come back, we're going to be talking AEW, and she watches AEW even less than she watches TNA.
I respect that.
But,
I admire that. You know, your choice.
Do you have any matches, Noah, that you can recommend Natalie look into to educate herself on who Jordan Grace is?
Yeah, go on YouTube or TNA Plus if you choose. If he has the account, as far as Jordan Grace's greatest matches, look at her matches with Trinity. You know her as Naomi. Had the match last year at Hard to Kill. If you want to learn more about her actual work with the TNA Knockouts World Championship, look at her matches during her run last year. Honestly, any match last year should educate anybody on Jordan Grace in and out of NXT. Prior to that, Jordan Grace versus Deonna Purrazzo. They fought like 5 damn times. Jordan Grace has held that title like 3 times. So there's a lot of matches out there with names you can recognize that even were in WWE. But for Natalie's familiarity, she knows Jordan Grace is a female He-Man. I'm sure she had a different name for Naomi at one point. Maybe she was like a glow girl from Netflix. I don't know. So go watch
I've known Naomi.
What?
I've known Naomi.
Okay, there you go. So yeah, you can go
I
look
watched
at
Total Divas.
Oh yeah, Total
Fair
Divas.
enough.
Oh, yeah, Total Divas was a thing at one point. Yeah. So yeah, go watch her match with. I'll put it in perspective for her. Naomi versus Jordan Grace, TNA Hard to Kill last year for the TNA Knockouts World Championship.
Geek Stokes in the house. Sorry.
So there's that, and then I will also suggest one that I know you can get access to easier because it'll be on the Peacock. Go to last year's NXT Battleground and watch her versus Roxanne Perez.
Mm-hmm.
Who Roxanne Perez damn near won the Rumble tonight, being the last woman eliminated. So
The new Iron Woman
definitely will help educate you on both of them, because I think all of us would put money down that Roxanne is coming up to the main roster here sooner rather than later.
I'll give it to WrestleMania because I'm still holding out for Roxanne Perez versus Bayley at WrestleMania as a female.
Yeah, it looks like you're teasing to that. Yeah, it looks like they're teasing it.
And you know, go figure. We mentioned TNA, we mentioned Jordan Grace, and Datilla pops into the chat saying Jordan Grace versus Deonna Purrazzo Iron Woman match.
30 minutes from Emergence 2020. Great shout out there to my fellow TNA correspondent, Datilla. Thank you for that, my friend. But yeah, Natalie, I would start with that and go from there. If you ever have any further questions, your fire's just a ping away, and so am I. Which, again, I'm just going to mess with you and always just keep you on wrestling. But it's still fun to engage with you.
All right. Well, thank you for the suggestions, and thank you for letting me get some anger out.
No problem. You know what? We are just happy that you decided to pop in. You know, the offer is always there. Yeah. Traditionally, we only see Natalie for occasional karaoke's. So the fact that she actually was willing to pop in and engage in wrestling conversation with us, I'm here for it. Anytime, sweetheart. Next week will actually be our next karaoke, much to Noah's chagrin. We're going to be doing TV themes.
Fuck television.
So if you want to participate in that, let me know, and we'll make sure to add you to the wheel.
We'll see.
Otherwise, we will see you next time. Thank you for popping in, and get some rest.
Appreciate you, Natalie. Hope to see you maybe one day on City Predicting. And nice job tonight in your opening. I'll have the score updates for the City Predicting branch of things very soon.
All right. Well, thank you all for having me.
Have a good night.
Have a good
Good
night.
night, young lady. And then there were 6.
Jesus.
All right. Before we get to the main event, gonna run a commercial. This one is just slightly quicker than the normal watch along one, and it's a debut here on Simply Reliable Studios and the Saturday Shenanigans. We're gonna show everything that is coming up for the road to WrestleMania. So this is just from April 1st through the Raw After Mania. Buckle in. It's going to be a crazy week.
And now for a taste of things to come.
legitimately, folks, they're trying to kill me. I'll be truly calling every brand of wrestling within the span of 2 to 3 weeks outside SmackDown, which as part of our TV correspondency here, that's the one brand I don't mess with. But yeah, stay tuned for that. Literally every brand under the sun and more to come. I'm most certain, but I am going to say this. Stardom and Dragon Gate. Let's freaking go.
Yeah, I realized when I bounced out, I said crazy week, and it's way more than a week, but that WrestleMania week is going to be nonstop. I showed Noah the calendar, and I asked him the all-important question, where are you going to put Simply Predicting with all of this shit? Because he's going to have to do the no DQ predictions. He's going to have to do Simply Predicting. He's probably going to do a Horseman panel. He may have to do another one just for people that didn't get in on any of those others. Dude's going to be busy. And each one of those panels is probably going to go a minimum of 2 hours, considering it's 2 nights of WrestleMania and Stand and Deliver.
I'm a glutton for Simply Predicting punishment. What can I say? But it seems like everybody always has a fun time. And of course, you all are also always invited anytime to Simply Predicting as well. It was great having DJ along for the ride for the first time and having Justin back, and Walter and JJ had a great time. So, I mean, it's just a fun discussion and great predictions all around. And again, shout out to the over 100 plus you between the team and gals that participated in the debut of this year's WWE League. Y'all are crazy. And I got a lot of scoring to do. So I'll probably work on that with my Sunday before I get some snooze. But yeah, I'm for it. I mean, come on, you know me. I'm a glutton for punishment. I literally am about all things wrestling. And you're adding promotions for the first time we're covering here that are Japanese. Let's freaking go. I'm just waiting for All Japan Pro Wrestling to be added to the schedule.
And there's still the possibility, despite what the tabloids say, there's still the possibility Tony Khan will add Supercard of Honor.
Personally, I hope so, because me and James always has a blast with that.
Even if he doesn't do it in Vegas, to not do it that week with all the other wrestling stuff, I'm just saying, like, it would be crazy.
Right?
Maybe he would decide to counter-program Rebellion.
And who knows if WWE doesn't add some kind of super show with TNA and NXT together.
I'm still holding out for that in February. I'm pretty sure Vengeance Day is a teaser of things to come. There's a reason why there isn't a special for TNA in February. Mark my damn words.
And who said it to you first, Noah?
You.
Thank you.
I give credit where credit's due. What are you talking about?
Just saying. Just throwing it out there.
Excuse me. Wow. Sorry. Wow.
So our main event topic was something we did discuss in the spaces a little bit, but there's people here that don't participate in the spaces. So we're going to briefly engage in it again to get their thoughts, and maybe it'll also open up some more conversation for those of us that have spoken on it already.
Yep.
Last week, AEW released a close-up with Renee Paquette that dove into the Death Riders and their mission statement. Some people, like DJ, who had to dip out unfortunately, feel that promo was too little too late, that should have been one of the first things that was done.
Yep.
Yeah.
Some people gained a newfound respect for the Death Riders based off of that promo.
King included.
Myself included. I want to kind of discuss the video, if everybody has seen it, and what people's thoughts were about it. I'm curious to get everybody else's ideas. I had to mute you, Walter, because I'm hearing the echo back when I speak. But yeah, I'm curious where everybody else stands with it. And since I know that James is kind of on the, for lack of a better term, the negative point of the scale here, in that it was too little too late, I'm going to hold off on him and go to some of the people that I haven't heard from to get their thoughts on it. So, ladies first,
I'm not sure if I've seen the Death Riders video or not. I don't think I've seen it, or if I have, I don't remember it very well.
Fair enough. It was about a 20-minute interview that they posted to their YouTube channel. And Renee basically addressed the elephant in the room right out the jump and was like, look, I realize I'm married to John, but this is something that needs to be done for my job, basically. So we're going to go down. We're going to talk to these guys. And she gave every member of the Death Riders an opportunity to speak their piece. She spoke to Claudio. She spoke to Yuta. She spoke to Pac. She spoke to Shafir. Then she came back to Claudio and brought Mox into it. And Mox, for the better part of the last 10 minutes, Mox just went on a promo. And it's a lot of the stuff that Mox said that really sold me on it, talking about, and this is the one thing that I kept coming back to in the promo, and the one thing that I actually went and rewatched his thing for a second time for. Him coming back to we are one bad decision away from setting the business back 20 years. And at first, I'm like, wow, that's a bold statement. But then I thought about it. And I realized that for about a good 8 years of that 20, I didn't watch wrestling because of the way it was booked.
Mm-hmm.
Because of what a lot of the reasons for my disliking the winner of the Women's Rumble were. Same shit, different day. And thinking back to 2002, when the brand split was created initially, because there was no competition. There was no WCW to do battle with anymore. We had to create our own competition within. And then, what is your infamous saying about the brand split, Noah?
Brand split, LOL.
Then they resurrected ECW to try to have some more competition within the brand. And then they killed it. And you had TNA that was never really thought of by them as competition. And here's AEW, the first legitimate competition in a while. And it's doing what it's doing. Started out with one mission statement and seemingly has diverted from its original statement to where I feel, and I grant the fact that I wasn't watching AEW from day zero, but I feel like Tony Khan is making a lot of the mistakes that he swore he never would make. I'm not going to make the same mistakes Eric Bischoff and WCW made. Signing all the ex-WWE talent, guaranteed contracts, creative control. Granted, none of us actually have seen the contracts. We can only go off of what has been reported. So taking at face value.
Yeah, it's just
what we have heard is accurate.
Yeah.
We can see him signing every ex-WWE talent. The guaranteed contracts, the creative control, we'll never know until we actually see a contract. But we can legitimately see all the talent that he's signed that have basically been cast-offs from the island of relevancy that found their way to the island of misfit toys. And then to use the analogy that I made in the spaces, it's Toy Story 2. It's Jesse's song. You know, When Somebody Loved Me. Tony plays with me for a little while, and then I'm off to be the queen of catering. And I'm not seen on television again. Case in point, Abaddon, anyone? Anyone? Bueller? Ricky Starks? Bueller? Wardlow.
Yep.
Reaches under the bed. Oh, hey, what's this? Oh, wow, I haven't played with you in a while. I'm done. So Moxley making that statement, I've really been kind of focused on that one line more than anything from the thing. And if you haven't seen it, I recommend going back watching the entire 20 minutes. Like I said, I watched it and then I rewound it back to where Mox started talking and I watched the second 10 minutes again. Because I was so captivated by what Mox was saying. I now, at least more so than I did, am invested in the Death Riders thing. But I feel like, and I know James is going to bring up when he gets his opportunity, the too little, too late and everything. I feel like this is being done because it's a course correction. There was a plan at the outset. Pen didn't get put to paper to solidify plan. This is the detour to switch the train tracks, the pull switch. We got to redirect.
Yeah, because it looked like they had a direction at one point, and then they just completely derailed into like a whole different direction.
Yeah, I figured it had a lot to do with Bryan Danielson's stint. Continue.
I think that, but I would almost be willing to bet every penny that I don't have to my name. Shane McMahon was going to be the higher power. When that didn't come to fruition, we had to readjust. And now trying to figure out where we're going to go now that Shane McMahon isn't going to be part of this. And my logic for that is the fact that until Wheeler Yuta was added back, everyone was ex-WWE. Pac, Shafir, Claudio, Mox. Even Brian. Once Yuta got added back, it was like, okay, the Shane thing's not going to happen. Let's keep Yuta with the BCC under whatever we're going to call them and start to course correct. But where do we go? Really quickly before you give your thoughts. Teleporting in via the Morphin Grid. Datilla is here.
Hey.
Hello.
Hi. I feel like I haven't done a show with you guys in like forever.
You haven't, but that's okay.
Oh. Sorry.
It's okay. You've been off doing your own thing, not watching NXT, covering TNA for Body Slam. Absolutely. Just like I had to bring up the fact that we had the current reigning and defending IWC Rock and Ropes Tag Team Champions on the show representing Simply Reliable Studios. Acknowledge Ryan, and even though he had to dip Walter Cruz, Sorry, DJ. Got to get another shot in on that. But
DJ is an antagonist. He just loves poking the bears.
Hey, he is the proverbial shit stirrer, but that's part of what we love about DJ. So go ahead, Ash.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, now that you've been kind of clued in as to what the video was about, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. It just seems like it just like feels like one big giant course correction, and I'm kind of interested to see how this plays out, mostly because I want to see who they have in store for Moxley to lose the title to, if I'm being honest here.
Yep.
Because to me that's the most intriguing part, because it seemed like they were building towards Darby possibly beating Mox, but the way they're booking Darby is just making him look super stupid. It's like he does not look believable at all. So I'm just like trying to figure out like who else can they have without resorting to a member of the Elite or someone of the Elite, even though Omega is no longer a part of the Elite. Because it looks like all directions are going towards Kenny Omega becoming a champion again, and we're going to be rekindling his feud he had with Jon Moxley about 2020?
2019. It was 2019, the genesis of AEW, when they had the lights out match at Full Gear that year. Yeah.
Because it seems like they're heading towards that direction. I could be wrong. Then again, I could be off because I haven't watched the Dynamite since the Dynamite after Full Gear.
That's fair. And I just sent you the video, so at your leisure, watch it.
Okay.
And, yeah, Kenny Omega deals with this one feud. I could definitely see Ash's point, but please continue.
All right. We'll go ahead and we'll swing over to Datilla, who just joined. Give her thoughts on the close-up with Renee Paquette and the Death Riders.
I actually haven't seen the close-up, and I've just completely lost interest in the Dead Riders, honestly. I do agree with Ash. I feel like it was going in one direction, and then it went in complete 180. I was under the impression that Shane O'Mac was supposed to come in at World's End, and then for whatever reason, that ended up not happening. Yeah. That could be possible, I think. But I just feel like Moxley's a world champion. We haven't seen the title since he won it because it's in that briefcase. I keep forgetting Death Riders are trios champions because they don't even come out with the belts anymore. I'm not sure what the end goal of all of this is. I don't know where we're going. But like Ash said, I felt like they were building up a Darby Allin, but he's going to go climb Mount Everest, so we don't know if he's coming back from that.
Mm-hmm. If he makes it out alive, that is.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
As morbid as that sounds, but how many people have climbed up Mount Everest and came back alive?
There's still bodies on Mount Everest that have been there for like 50 years.
Right?
Crazy. The history of Mount Everest. More freaking history there than AEW.
You mentioned the championship, and that's another thing that Moxley brings up. He's like,
"Yep.
Why do you need to see it? You want to take a picture with it?
What is it, petting zoo? You don't even know what the championship is. It's not something you hold. Not something you just have a picture with. It's not something that you literally just showcase around, toy with.
Right. It's the AEW title. The most prestigious title in the companies in your men's division.
Got to be cultivated.
Yeah, I'm just kind of over the Death Riders, honestly. I heard Adam Copeland challenging Jon Moxley at Revolution for the title.
Maybe.
No, I think that happened tonight on Collision.
I wouldn't know. We were watching the Royal Rumble.
Yeah, I saw it on
the tweeter.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll see if that's official. I'm sure on our own time, as I use Collision either for Monday night or Sunday afternoon. It just really depends on my mood.
I don't even watch Collision anymore, but yeah, I'm just kind of over the Death Riders. I don't know. It's just been really like don't get me wrong. I like the fact that AEW gives us good wrestling, but sometimes they don't give us a good story.
Mm-hmm.
So, and makes it really hard to care.
Right. That's the thing about AEW. It's not that they don't have stories. It's just that they're not well thought out or well executed.
Yeah, and they aren't for long-term planning. Jerry Slaughter said it best, and JJ, the chef, Mr. Not Swedish chef here, he let stuff cook. WWE let stuff cook. AEW, they use the microwave or Insta.
Mm.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with the Instapot, damn it. Sometimes it's what you need to do to get a meal quick, but that's a whole other story.
Wrestling ain't a fucking microwave business.
Hey, at least they haven't resorted to using the Easy Bake Oven, and once that gets into play, then that's a whole different issue.
Ash, I love you. You're my new best friend, but don't give them fucking ideas.
Too late. It's already out there.
Don't give them ideas. They're gonna fucking. That's exactly what I already see it now. Chicken bakes and Easy Bake Ovens in a fucking street fight. That's what's coming up next in this goddamn haphazard ass bullshit autism little fucking league. Okay, that's what they're gonna do. It's gonna be Easy Bake Oven shove it over someone's head, Jay Swingler, TGF Bro style. All right.
Hey, that would be a good spot for Anarchy in the Arena at Double or Nothing, would it not?
Yeah, I suppose, and they have been doing that these last straight years. I mean, they've been the concession stand. I've seen hot dogs, ketchup, and mustard used. I've also seen I'm being honest here. I watch AEW, and yes,
I do too.
Bring back the old condiment spot like Moxley did as Dean Ambrose for Anarchy in the Arena.
Well, I mean, yeah, been from Coney Island, but yeah. Okay.
Sheriff Moxley. Hell yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Ketchup and mustard is
go. Okay, we've gone to a different tangent, and this is not Good Burger. So, JJ, please restore order to your show.
Hey, there is nothing wrong with the Good Burger. Hold the pickles and the tomatoes. But
I'm hungry.
I can't find a confirmation as far as the Revolution match. But the
Adam Copeland cut a promo. He challenged him on Collision.
Okay, I cannot find confirmation. But what I did find is this.
Woohoo! The Mega Sis! Megan Bain, formerly involved in Stardom, former Goddess of Stardom champion with Micah. This is women's division. Got so much fucking meat in it on both men and women's sides. I love it. I'll say it once. I'll say it again like I talked about with King. I'm talking about booking, cultivating women's wrestling. We got the advocate of women's wrestling, Avatar Man, Jeff motherfucking Meacham down here. If they hone in on the potential of this women's division, Ring of Honor set aside as something different, there is so much fucking depth you could get out of it if you don't use the friggin' GTA reject.
Goddamn, Megan looks so good. I would let her slam me.
What?
Alrighty then.
I agree. Another thing that I agree with Shout Up Attached. We're going to be great.
Did I just learn something here, or did I just get more?
Noah, look into the camera.
Put it this way. I am a pendulum. I swing both ways.
Nice.
Alrighty. While Noah is dumbfounded there, let's go to Jeff for his thoughts on the Up Close with the Death Rider segment.
Pendulum, like a metronome?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Like the Pokemon attack.
God, fucking Pokemon worst fan in society! Pokemon hasn't been relevant since the first generation ended. 151, they should have stopped that. It's like recreating Yu-Gi-Oh! 5 damn fucking times. You can't come up with something original. Fuck television.
I just sent you in the group chat the video of Copeland challenging Moxie. It skipped to the end because it's like a 2-minute video.
Darn it! I wasn't trying to rant tonight.
Jeff.
Oh, hi, Jeff.
Welcome to the Shenanigans, home of the chaos. Okay. Anyway,
real quick. Before Jeff goes, Ash, check your DMs. Now that I know that, you're welcome in advance.
Okay, Jeff, go ahead.
What the fuck did I stumble back into with no proper camera? Jesus Christ.
Don't worry about
it.
I don't know, Jeff. I'm just here to try and moderate a peaceful negotiation, and then this happened.
We've got the AW women's division being mentioned with Ash swinging on a pendulum like a wrecking. Like, I don't know what the fuck's happening, and I'm okay with all of it. Like, I don't know what's happening.
I don't know either.
Okay. So,
mentioned.
Yeah, there you go. While I was gone, first of all, Triple H Hall of Fame, yay! Good for Hunter, proud of him, happy for him, all the things. So, what exactly is the topic? Is it the Death Riders and their interview with Renee?
Yes.
Okay. So Jay originally sent that link to me with the caption that his approach, his mindset, however you want to phrase it, has altered since seeing that. I tend to agree. I still say we need a little more information, and I only say that because AEW decided to pull this trigger with John and his crew after they were already having the crowd turn on them and kind of like, okay, now what? And then it's been a summer into the winter of now what? And I feel like being the challenger brand, as Tony is so famous for saying, they need to not... Like, I am all for having my television programming making me think, making me curious, keeping me intrigued. But when you are a professional wrestling company that has consistently been the challenger brand, that is consistently, and for the record, everybody's going to be like that against WWE. Eric Bischoff taking WCW to the promised land was the end of a lightning bolt, as a dear friend of mine used to say, baby. I don't see that happening again. And by having a storyline that seems to continue to be going nowhere, like, I am scheduled to be at this pay-per-view on March 9th, and it's almost a guarantee that I'm not going to get to go because work's going to schedule me and I can't ask for time off this soon. And I find myself going, if I don't make it, yes, it's going to suck if I don't get to go to see a wrestling show. It's always fun seeing live wrestling, especially at the old stomping grounds down there at Staples. But creative-wise, story-wise, it's not going to affect me like not being in Indy tonight. I even told Aaron, I'm like, you lucky I like where I work, motherfucker, because I really wanted to see this Rumble live. Yeah. I would have found a way. Yeah. Same with Vegas, WrestleMania. Like, it sucks. Other than the whole, I get paid to not be WrestleMania. It sucks that I'm not going to get to go. Rebellion. I really want to see Rebellion. It's at the end of April. It's a weekend night. So maybe not. And it's going to suck if I don't get to go because I'm thoroughly convinced Frankie's going to cash in that giant ass trophy he has to carry every freaking where and become the world champion. This story revolving around the world championship, revolving around the champion and his gang is not compelling me to tune in every Wednesday. I watched the whole show Wednesday and I told Aaron I had regrets. I'm like, why did I do what? And it was like I couldn't get to the club fast enough to drink away the memory. It was like, this is bad. It's bad. It's just bad creative. You can throw any amount of 5-star matches at me that you want, and there are incredible wrestlers on these shows. But you need story. Yep. You need story. And this story does not compel me. MJF's thing with Jeff Jarrett doesn't compel me. Mm-hmm. I love Max. I love Jeff Jarrett. But it feels so forced. Yep. So, and again, this is not me attempting to beat the dead horse that is AEW over the head with a giant curly-headed shovel, but it is what it is. And it's going to be what it is until it's not. Yep. And I don't see a scenario where they're going to be forced to change direction. That's not to say it won't happen. WCW gave the WWF enough of a swift kick right in the butt crack to make Vince go, I better change my shit. And he did, and blew him out of the water. You figure, let me tie the two together since I missed the Triple H Hall of Fame topic conversation. When Vince was in charge, however you think of Vince McMahon, whatever anybody thinks of him, and Lord knows, once again, news about him threatened to overshadow the Royal Rumble. Thank God it didn't. He would have never even entertained the idea of being out there in public and going in the Hall of Fame because it wasn't what his running the company is about. I feel like Hunter's the same way, but he also recognizes that his vision is leading to the prosperity that even he couldn't have foreseen 5 years ago, 10 years ago. So he's making himself be okay with getting those flowers and the company gushing over him and him being the big goober that he's going to be. I guarantee April 18th is going to be the biggest goober Paul Levesque we've ever seen ever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The value of that intrigues me more. I would rather spend my money on a week in Vegas, which is never a good idea in the first place. Ever in the history of ever. Without saying.
And
But I'd rather
been to Vegas with Jeff. I know Jeff in Vegas.
Yeah. If drunk Jeff is not in Vegas, then Jeff needs something better.
Something.
Thank you.
God damn it!
Yes!
That's so coach from the rants, and then you got to do that shit to me.
Thank you, Jeff.
No.
Okay. So I would rather spend my money cumulatively over a week out there with WWE activities than try to find a way to be okay with a 3-hour pay-per-view that creatively I'm not going to enjoy sitting through other than the company I keep in the seat next to me. And that's unfortunately for wrestling, when the company you keep in the seat next to you or the people around you is more of the value than what is in the ring and on the screens, that's a problem long term. Family time's great. Hanging out with friends is great. But if you're not compelling your audience to throw money down again, it's a problem. If you're not compelling your audience to not grab that remote control and go, fuck, not this shit again, problem. And that will forever be the problem. I want so bad for Mox, for Claudio, for Pac, for Wheeler, for Marina for that faction to be something that we're stop it. Don't start, you guys. That will allow me to be a engaged AEW fan again, like I was 5 years ago. Right now, I don't believe it. I don't see it happening.
Stop it!
I didn't say anything. I just
know you're thinking about it.
I love how James has PTSD over one word.
What's that word?
I'm not going to go there. We're not going to beat the gimmick.
Eat that word, Jay.
We're not going to beat the gimmick, Noah. There's a reason why we only did the song once.
Yeah,
so far.
yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
I will say this without saying it. The word is right there.
There you go.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah.
But those are some very valid points, Jeff.
I do try.
I agree with quite a bit of what you said. The next person I'm gonna go to is Ryan.
Real quick.
Oh, yes.
Real quick. So you think that you said that he didn't want to. You think that he wouldn't want to get inducted because he didn't want to go out there and make it about himself?
I'm not saying that Vince is not that person, because it would depend on how much of what you believe. It looks like he very much is that person. But my point is the idea that Hunter is going completely the opposite direction of Vince as far as his actual running of the company, his actual approach to public acknowledgement, is a more intriguing facet of a event than the creative storylines or lack thereof creative presented by AEW.
Vince got a star in the Hollywood Walk of Fame
that was also almost 17 years ago.
Yeah.
I'm talking right now.
Oh, okay.
Everybody and their mother has said that Vince, ever since the 2004 ceremony, Vince has been like, don't mention me to any. Hell, DX made their whole Hall of Fame speech a joke out of it. It was hysterical. But the fact that I'm more intrigued, enveloped by the idea that we're going to see Hunter be allowed to be made a complete goober of in the process of inducting the most ruthless heel in the history of the WWF, that is more intriguing to me than whatever's going to happen between now and March 9th for AEW. And it sucks. It sucks because, I'm finding myself, yes, I did officially ask if I could possibly not work that particular Sunday. But if they don't grant it to me, other than losing out on going to hang out with a really cool person and see a show live, not seeing the stories is not going to bug me like it should.
Would it be better if maybe you work half day that day? Work maybe 4 or 5 hours and then
possibly, but
But that's not the point I'm trying to make. The point is, I'm not compelled to rush up the freeway. Is my point. Whereas if WrestleMania was back here this year, I would, like I did the last time I was a new hire at Disney, move heaven and earth to get there. Because that's exactly what I did. I started in September of 22 and had the entire week of WrestleMania off. I told them going in, I've got people coming from out of town. I've got, tickets bought. I've got, like things arranged that cannot be rearranged.
Well, I mean, again, people hope that some things in this business can be rearranged, but let's go ahead and rearrange the conversation back to the current topic, as JJ was going to point towards Ryan, and this conversation was not brought to you by Garmin GPS. Who uses those things anymore? Ryan, what's your thoughts regarding the Death Riders MO with the close-up of Renee Paquette as we continue forward here with the shenanigans?
I must be the only person on the planet that did not need this explanation because I knew it. Right? The interview segment, I really didn't necessarily need, like Pac. He didn't really add anything to the context. He's just here.
Kind of was his whole segment.
Mr. Clean can talk. Let's be real. You need to know who Mr. Clean is. It's Claudio Castagnoli.
Jeez.
He can talk, surprisingly.
Yes, he
But,
can.
who's reaching for brass rings right now? The explanation of the title. Where's the title? I love that. I got it. I understood it. It's some really old school shit, in my opinion. There's someone who used to carry a belt in a bag. Not Orange Cassidy. Right? But the Death Rider storyline isn't for everyone, and it's clear that that's the case. I don't know if Shane McMahon was ever supposed to be a part of it. I feel booking around concepts of contract signings to be redundant and stupid. That said, this company has fumbled a lot of bags. So if he was actually penciled in to be like the higher power, I'm not shocked, but the storyline, I have no issue with the storyline itself. My issue is Collision. When you go back and watch Collision last week, right? It was one of the better collisions I think we've had since Punk left, right?
Daly's Place, yes.
To immediately follow it up with the worst paced Dynamite in the history of the show.
Yep.
It is. I am of the opinion, just enjoy the ride. We are not writers in the writing room, right? But it's really hard to enjoy the ride when it ain't moving, right? Long-term, it's long-term storytelling. I don't know if we've seen who's going to beat Jon Moxley. I think it's Wheeler Yuta, by the way. Like, he's the young boy of that group, and eventually, I don't know if y'all are up with the lore of BCC and the Death Riders, but they beat him religiously, daily.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, that they do, yeah.
Eventually, there's going to come a time where Wheeler hits his breaking point, and Wheeler drops Mox on his head.
I like that idea.
I think the guy who is going to take the AEW championship from Jon Moxley is Wheeler Yuta. This might be a long time before we see it happen. But Wheeler Yuta earned my respect a long time ago. Is he that good on the mic? I don't know. I don't think so. But from a lore perspective, it makes the most sense. if you've been paying attention to the subtle details. It's about making the future. It's about making 1,000 John Moxleys, if you will. They have beaten Wheeler multiple times. They've beaten him down. They bloodied him. They have Stockholmed him. And there will come a day where he is the guy who brings the Death Riders down. We're just not at that time yet. It's long-term storytelling. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is my comfort because I want to enjoy AEW. Maybe I'm being naive. But there is enough detail for me to figure out a logical next point in the story. On the rumors of the next challenger, I always see Revolution as a bump in the road pay-per-view anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Right now. Especially considering we have expanded the AEW pay-per-view calendar by a lot.
Yep.
And that's also part of the problem. Like every wrestling company has their down periods. Every wrestling company all time has had their highs and their lows.
Yeah.
AEW is in that very first really low period, and Tony's going to have to learn how to swim. With that said, Revolution, if we don't have a great challenge for that, if it's just a bump in the road storyline, maybe not worth going to, right? Maybe it's not worth buying the pay-per-view. And that's the issue I have with it, where you got to make me want to shill out the $50 to buy the pay-per-view, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And because, like WWE, and this is why WWE can't go back to the pay-per-view model, they've, engineered their fans to not want to pay that premium price anymore. But now, media rights deals, all that crap, don't have to worry about it. I'm getting off topic.
Right.
I like the Death Rider story. I am in a minority, and I'm aware of that. But I will say, Dynamite was the worst it's probably been, and we probably could have saved that promo for Dynamite and not did a 20-minute YouTube skit. That said, it's 20 minutes long. That's a lot of TV time. So if they did run it on TV, I'm sure what would have happened, people would have got mad that it was on TV and it took up TV time from someone else needing an opportunity to wrestle. Can't please everyone.
What exactly of the show? For me, I you almost never want to end a wrestling show on a promo segment.
Right.
However good the match was, I didn't get to see it because I was heading out the door. I could have done without another Mercedes Moné beating, with all respect, Noah, because I don't know these girls, jobber number 435 in the main event of Dynamite.
Oh, I agree.
And had the world champion, lay out his master plan as best as he wants us to hear it. That's where I put it on the show, is the last segment. If you're going to give me the secondary, at the end of the day, secondary women's champion against feeder number 3, because she's not going to lose the title on television.
Yeah.
Then have Mox and his boys and Marina end the show, and maybe have some sort of confrontation with whoever they're going to set up to go against him here in LA.
Yeah, personally, I would have put Switchblade Jay White versus Yuta in the.
There you go.
goes following the Death Riders storyline, especially with the Angle Post. And I will say this, as far as the TV championships, TBS and TNT, I don't consider those main events even on the respective shows on the networks. I consider that being a draw point to bring people in for 50 minutes of television to demonstrate what the product is about, whether it's opener or literally halfway through the show. That's always been my opinion when it comes to TNT championships, which again, if you can't do some within 15 minutes, then what the hell are you able to do for this business?
Unfortunately, Mercedes won't allow herself to be that spot. She has to be the main event.
Well, again, we don't know the contract, but we only based on contracts. But I understand what Jada is coming from, because again, we are only fans. We don't work for it, but you can kind of like see maybe the actual gray in the black and white with what you see weekly. I talk about the potential women's division and who you see usually. Case in point, my little criticism from earlier.
Yeah.
And to the point that was made a second ago, I wouldn't have done Wheeler Yuta versus Switchblade Jay White in the main event because Wheeler Yuta got his ass beat. I would have flip-flopped it and put Claudio Castagnoli versus Jeff Jarrett
Bingo.
in the main event spot. And then once Claudio defeated Jarrett with the Death Riders, with 2 neutralizers, they could have gotten on the microphone and Mox could have made that declaration in the ring, to Jeff's point, instead of a 20-minute YouTube skit.
And they still could have ended it with the way they ended it, with Adam and FTR coming out there and setting up the match from tonight.
Right. The whole the whole Mid-South street fight. Either way, one of the Death Rider focused matches should have closed the show, not Ratchet.
And then, like I said, if you're going to make that statement, to Jeff's point, do it in the ring. After Jeff Jarrett's hopes and dreams seemingly have been crushed for a world title opportunity.
Seriously, a simple movement of segment. Having Mercedes open the second hour, having Jarrett and the Death Riders close the show. That's more compelling to me. That simple 7-second statement I just made. I'm here for it. I don't go out the door right away. I'm waiting till 10 o'clock to leave the house.
Plus,
it is the worst pace show.
Plus, if you flip-flop the Jay White and Jeff Jarrett matches, you've seen Wheeler Yuta be defeated, and you plant the seeds. Can Jeff Jarrett defeat the Sergeant at Arms, as it were, for the Death Riders? We just saw Jay White defeat Wheeler Yuta. Can Jeff Jarrett do the unthinkable, defeat Claudio Castagnoli, and punch his ticket to Mox?
Yeah.
Yeah, because again, that was concerning the actual World Championship, which again, at this point, is a proverbial position being grown versus the actual possession that is being held on the wrist of Rey Shafir in a briefcase for all we know. But good stuff, Ryan. And to the minority thing, I'm with you, brother. So again, you're definitely not alone.
Yeah, Noah, if you haven't figured it out yet, Ryan, is one of the few people on this planet who rarely, if ever, sees the negative in anything. He's always searching for the silver lining. He's always searching for the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. He always looks for the positives instead of the negatives. If Noah fed on the negativity, he probably wouldn't be part of the show anymore, because we would have driven him knucking futs already.
Valid.
Noah, what would you like to add regarding to the Death Riders before I go to the one person who I know is on the complete opposite side of things?
Well, first off, want to give a shout out again to Walter Cruz. He gave his brief thoughts here. He said, and I quote, he believes it's also too little too late. They should have done this as their introduction so we know why they came together. I do, however, have a newfound respect for them and can't wait for what's next. I like what Moxie said about the title. You were talking about the title. You were talking about the landscape. You were talking about the long-term nature of this campaign, all captured within the 10 minutes of John Moxley speaking alone after each member of the Death Riders spoke on their purpose. And each person spoke, I think, realistic values. Again, who's been the number one guy, the forward man of this company since its inception, when he ushered in a paradigm shift. It wasn't Kenny Omega, why many thought he was going to be the guy. It was John Moxley. Chris Jericho was there because he's the name that you know for publicity's sake, because he was recognized in WCW. Again, if it wasn't for that, I really think John Moxley could have been the guy that was the inaugural AEW World Champion. He definitely made the biggest impact. So that right there, opening statement for Claudio Castagnoli, it speaks volumes, because even in the darkest of days, John Moxley was that light in front of nobody or in front of everybody. He was always the go-to guy, even after he fought his own demons and was still fighting them, as I met him personally. But also with Claudio Castagnoli and the outlook of the Death Riders, previously when they were Blackpool Combat Club, with his lordship, William Regal, how Bryan Danielson encompassed this idea of him and Moxley leading a new generation of violence of professional wrestling. Damn it. It did fall way to the wayside, where it almost felt like Bryan was having so much fun, he was destroying himself in the process, and Claudio and Moxley couldn't stand it. Why Moxley was in hiatus, there's a reason why Claudio literally walked away 1 point away from Bryan Danielson. You saw it verbatim if you followed Collision. So again, I like the fact that why this may have felt long-term to understand for those that may not follow as close as I have. I like the fact they did bring this forward finally, because again, it really has been brewing ever since John Moxley came back last year at the beginning of the year on Collision and said, do one thing, friends or foe, keep the fuck up. And also, of course, when he came back after losing to Naito last year, Forbidden Door, this isn't your company anymore. It felt like they were definitely trying to create something here, and this is what we got out of it. And again, Shane McMahon, original direction or not, completely suspension of disbelief, all right? I can understand Shane with the connection with John Moxley, particularly more than anybody else with the WWE, former casts, as you like to call them, but it is what it is as far as that goes. Hell, there's still freaking speculation about Scott D'Amore trying to take over ROH. Why everyone's praying for that. But yeah, and then Pac, he literally talking about the guy that has been there the whole time, never felt like he belonged. I can understand where he comes from with that, considering how many times he's been segued in and out of trios, tags, and singles championships, but never felt like he had a spot for himself where he was comfortable in this company with anybody. And then with Yuta, again, a young prospect here, training with some of the all-time greats in technique, in combat, and literally William Regal himself. What happened? Regal's gone. Bryan's a broken man, formerly what he used to be. And the only one that seems to keep pushing with Yuta the most is John Moxley, to the point, literally baptism by fire, when you were slapped to death, or chopped to death, excuse me, during your wrestling career. Whether Yuta's had insert adjective here done to him so far, not just by the Death Riders, but anybody he's been in the ring with. And it goes to that growth for right now, why John Moxley says he's trying to grow 1,000 John Moxleys. He may only have one with a Yuta, where literally he might be that secret weapon, to Ryan's point, to become the possessor of the AEW Championship, once cultivated, grown, forged in the fires of combat, as John Moxley was eloquently putting it. And Marina Shafir being a mother, being the protector, essentially, of this title, of this mission. And why James is always going to criticize her from a wrestling standpoint, the fact that she don't give a fuck what James or anybody says and sticks to her own commitment, John Moxley values that. He values integrity. He values those that stand for what they believe in. He values those that no matter what, they just keep going. So I can see why he and Shafir were the first two we first saw when this came together. But yeah, definitely for me, I've been rewatching it over and over again. Key and I talked about it in the review impromptu, and even he is re-engaged in the Death Riders, like you. It was everything John Moxley said when it came to one mistake away from setting the business back, inheriting a nuclear wasteland and trying to actually create something beautiful out of it, even through the only way he knows how to do it, like he's done his whole life, through struggle. There's a lot of similarity in John Moxley's wrestling career that he wanted to see cultivate out of AEW when he first arrived. A company forged by professional wrestlers for the better of the business. Not a party for anybody that was rejected by WWE looking for a newfound chance on life, for being perfectly honest. So there was a lot of truth to what John Moxley said, and I do think right now it's more important to look at the future of AEW versus who holds the championship at this point. So I'm really engaged to see where this goes. As far as who takes it, I love the fact that he put with a Yuta out there like that. Darby Allin, I know he and Moxley have a long-term history. There's a lot of respect there, but there's a reason why John Moxley took his chance at the AEW World Championship and why he threw him down a set of stairs. He may be the indestructible human cadaver, but it is not his time right now, clearly, with what Jon Moxley is trying to create for the longevity. You talked about Orange Cassidy. I remember James verbatim, one of my favorite things when we do our calls. What did James say at the end of that Fatal 4A at Full Gear? Finally, the carton died. And to his point, Orange Cassidy has not been involved anywhere towards the AEW World Championship. I look at right now who's literally been involved in trying to go after the title. I'm kind of was holding out for Switchblade Jay White because I think he's the ultimate counter puncher and the one original to AEW from New Japan that could do something with this. But again, suspension of disbelief. It's really hard to see right now who could be the next guy in AEW to lead the future and this company with. And as long as Tony Khan tries to hold restraints on this, why Jon Moxley only has so much control over this, we're not going to see that change. But I like the fact Jon Moxley is trying to basically portray how he's cultivating it. So I'm along for the ride. Been along for the ride since day one. Made it this far. Will it die? I don't know. But I'm curious to see how it ends, especially after that close-up on Tuesday night. Hi, Ash.
Yeah, I just want to add to your point about Orange Cassidy being in the main event scene. I like when he got wedged into it, like at World's End, I felt like it was too little too late for him to become in the main event scene, because I figured because especially like how the way he was super booked strongly and as the international champion, I thought they would have that would have been like the perfect time for him to get into the main event scene, is like after he lost he lost it the first time.
Yeah. To Jon Moxley, nonetheless. And to your point, that previous Full Gear, he beat Jon Moxley to freaking regain that championship. And why many people will always talk about the gimmick as whatever, he still is one of the hardest workers in AEW history and in AEW original. 41 total defenses with that championship. And like Jon Moxley says, he brings out the best, even if it's the most violent way possible, out of anybody he's in the ring with. Whether you call him a trash can wrestler, whether you call him a brawler, whether you call him a bloody combat person, you can't argue that Jon Moxley has been literally the most reliant and effective worker in AEW history.
Oh, no doubt.
Holding this title, even if it seems by hostage, but trying to make something out of it, because no one else has yet. Hi, Jeff. Senior Heath.
So, what I want to know personally was, as far as Marina goes, how can where does John fit her in, right? Because she's actively, willingly married to an attempted fetus murderer.
Oh, here we go.
Just saying. Why is that a thing, John? Why, Mox? Why? Ash and Mariah are going, what the fuck?
Context, please.
Now, I will explain for the new kids.
Ah, shit.
PWG 2007. Yeah, had to be 2007. I was at a show with my son's, at the time, mother-to-be. And Roderick Strong was in a match against the man who was supposed to be my son's godfather, Jack Evans. Jack went to Mexico. Yeah. Anyway, at the time, Jack was family. And Roddy decided to not only wheel my son's mother-to-be in the line of fire, but then pushed her in the wheelchair, pregnant, at Jack, knocking her over. Roddy is an attempted fetal murderer, and he should be punished for his crimes. And Marina Shafir is a bad person for even being associated. And she is his baby mama. Shame on you, Shafir. Shame on you.
Damn, I didn't know your medical system was that bad. Damn.
Right? Terrible in Southern California, what you have to do to try to prevent a fetal murder.
I was going to say it's bad enough in the States. It's kind of even worse in California.
California.
Dog shit out here. Why do you think I want to go back to Disney? Medical insurance is great once it kicks in.
This thing has to eventually come to pass, I feel, at some point, but that's just my
if Roddy's at Revolution, we'll squash this, I promise.
All right, fair enough. I want video evidence. But yeah,
okay,
the bottom line, like Jon Moxley said, stop asking questions, trust in us, and enjoy the ride. They're not destroyers. They're fixers. They're builders trying to fix the cracks, but you only could do so much padding, bandaging, and concrete filling, if we're going to be honest here, with their brick basement before the entire foundation collapsed. And like John Moxley says, will they make that mistake that will literally be their undoing? I guess we'll find out.
To reiterate, let me elaborate a little bit further what I was saying earlier, because I had a phone call I had to take, stupid phone. I don't disbelieve in the idea that they can rebuild. My issue, I guess, is with the timing. The fact that they had a feel-good story with Brian, which I personally feel they shouldn't have done if they knew Brian was going to be bowing out long term. I think that should have been not a thing, because it got us old school Dragon fans hopes up too high, and then he just lost the title almost right away.
Right.
And the fact that it's taken till now, figure Box beat him what, September, October?
It was October, Wrestle Dream.
So it's taken him this long to get the mission statement out in a time where the company can't afford to have time with unknowns. It's fine to build a story. It's fine to build intrigue, but as I said, the story being as developed as it was in a YouTube segment just this past week, after almost 4 months or whatever it's been of nothing really substantial other than we've got the belt. It just left me a little flat. I am hopeful, and I was really harsh earlier, and I'm trying really hard not to be with AEW, but it just I can't help it, and that's a flaw in me. It is what it is.
Well, I got you. I mean, and it's fair. It's like Mr. Tito, who is very passionate about an aspect of tag team quality in WWE. I don't hold anything against y'all when it comes to those type of counter opinions, because you have this certain aspect that you hope to see, and sometimes it just isn't there, and you wonder that why isn't it there when it actually can be. Potential of the women's division, the aspect of the story, and the importance of how it develops, how it ends, who actually takes the AEW World Championship out that briefcase. Even John Moxley says, you want the AEW World Championship? Hit me. 3 seconds. It's a simple formula. You raising an army? I'm raising an army. More than you see here. And the fact that he said that has even been more intrigued to see how many more depth riders we might see in the near future. Maybe a new one as soon as Revolution, even if John Moxley faces Adam Copeland.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to the way they're laying it out now. And I like the fact that it's going to forever draw comparisons to everything else. That's just the way of the wrestling world, the way of the wrestling fan.
Yeah.
It very much feels like the NWO in the aspect of the main person has the world title. It appears in different form now because, Hogan spray painted it. They've got it locked up. You don't ever get it defended except at the major shows. And they're just thugs backing up this seemingly out of his mind despot leader. And that's great. I was an NWO fan. And I like Hogan now. I like Terry Bollea now, personally. But I don't mind Hollywood Hogan. So I'm intrigued enough where I'm not just yet. But it's going to take a lot going into and coming out of Revolution.
That's fair, especially with it being the first pay-per-view. But, JJ, that's all I got to say. I got no more questions at this point. I'm just sitting in for the ride and seeing where this ride's final destination leads.
Fair enough. Before I turn it over to James, I want to say, to Jeff's point, it's one thing to be negative for the sake of negativity's sake. It's another thing to have criticism.
Exactly.
Yes, thank you.
We all have criticism. There's some people out there that are negative just for the sake of being negative. The next thing I want to do before I pass it over to James, who has been very patient.
Yes.
And I have a feeling we're going to go maybe a little bit crazy once James starts talking, but hey. Datilla did put in the private chat that she's getting tired. She's looking to bounce. So let's go ahead and let her sign off. And then once she powers down, James, the floor is yours.
BJ Datilla.
I'm not even wearing pink, but my earphones are pink, so I guess that counts.
There you go.
I'll try to join you guys more often if I can. It's just been, you guys know, well, some of you guys know, life and stuff, but
Yeah.
you guys can follow me on Twitter at @@. I talk Raw, SmackDown, maybe someday NXT, AEW Dynamite, and TNA Impact. I check me out my YouTube channel, Rages Wrestling, every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, occasional Saturdays and Sundays, and of course, all things TNA. You can catch me every Thursday on Body Slap. But before I bounce, Jay, do you try to convince Natalie to watch NXT every week like you do me?
I try to convince everybody to watch NXT because it is the superior broadcast every week.
He's
in
made
my opinion.
recommendations for me as well. Sorry to cut you off there.
No, it's
Yeah.
okay.
I to Jeff's point that he was making earlier when it comes to Revolution versus Triple H's Hall of Fame, there's weeks that I can miss Raw, I can miss Dynamite, I can miss SmackDown, and I'm okay with that. I'm not in a rush to get back to watch it.
Nope.
But if I miss NXT, I'm kind of pissed with myself.
Yeah, exactly.
Because in my humble opinion, it's the superior broadcast every week. Raw and SmackDown still feel like they're getting used to the 3-hour formats. AEW, we all just admitted, gave us one of the worst paced Dynamites ever this past week. And honestly, TNA, half the time I'm like, oh yeah, TNA's on.
Right. Yeah.
Unless I
feel
know that
bad.
one of my NXT people is going to be on there, in which case I want to see it. Like we were doing Simply Predicting this week, and I had TNA on because I wanted to see Wesley in action.
And Cora was on this week, wasn't she?
Yes, she
He
was.
was
There
against
you go.
Brookside.
Good man. That's right. Yeah, I saw that.
So
And I still hold TNA as my weekly show, and usually
Me too.
Dynamite's always a party, but this week, boy, was it a dud.
Attila, I think JJ's point can be summed up in a horrible parody of a classic. Well, not classic. It is classic now because we're all old as shit. Everybody, yeah, should watch NXT. Yeah. Just saying, everybody should watch it.
You're trying to do the Backstreet Boys, everybody?
Absolutely.
Yes.
That
Whatever it
song
takes.
hasn't been the same since I heard Joe Henry's version of it.
Well, you know what? Joe Hendry believes in NXT enough to show up at the show. You should too.
On the off chance that I would someday decide to watch NXT, I checked the CW app, and apparently, unlike our streaming services, you can't watch NXT right after it ends. You have to wait till the very next day, which doesn't do me any favors here.
No, but
that's fair.
No, but
that's fair. And in all fairness, I do the same thing.
Yes.
Unless we're doing a watch along,
right?
In which case I tap into an illegal site. Not going to say which one because I don't want to get shut down. Then I end up watching NXT the next day, which means that you can watch NXT on your lunch break as soon as Dynamite is over, and you can actually cover both programs on your Wednesday reviews.
Damn.
You're making me work overtime here. I have to rewatch what I missed of Dynamite, and then on top of that, NXT. I probably won't do my review till like this time.
Usually what time you go live anyway. I mean, most times I see you go live 10 o'clock Pacific, which is like 1 a.m. Eastern. So I'm just saying.
Not today. I went live at 11 to do SmackDown. I didn't do it last night.
See, I can't help you with that,
Crazy
Priscilla, because
times.
East Coast, and I work the following morning, so I have to have some sort of sense to actually make sure I get out of bed to make sure I actually am aware enough to deal with idiots behind computers.
The one bad problem about the CW out here is it's the only of the basic channels 2 through 13 that's not attached to, like, because KTLA has never been on any of the streaming services. It's unless you have your cable provider's app,
it's a bitch to get KTLA out here. So that's why you don't get to watch NXT every week. If you don't have a like a cable box or whatever. So
Yeah, I have Sling. I have Sling, and I don't get to see.
Yeah.
I was looking for it the other day,
No.
and I couldn't find it.
Nope,
No.
you don't get it through Sling. I use Sling all the time for 2 shows, Dynamite and Collision, and that's it. If it wasn't for the fact that my mom uses it, I probably would find some other way to watch those 2 shows. Because again, fuck television. But to JJ's credit, don't watch NXT either. But I do keep up with every week thanks to YouTube's simple highlight run through, less than 7 minutes. And fuck YouTube advertising as well.
I was about to also ask, do you guys get NXT on your Netflix?
No, that's
because
international.
we're state size.
That's
Yeah.
The only way we would get it, and hello, this is the tech moment with your IT special Noah Foster. If you invest in a VPN service like Surfshark, you can actually go into other servers and engage with international content such as ITV, British Television for all your game show needs, or you can go even to Netflix and the WWE Network, if it's still a thing, courtesy of international servers behind a private firewall. So start a Surfshark subscription today and find your way across the world, across all other forms of media international.
I need to talk to you about that
That's
because
an infomercial.
Right?
I need to talk to Noah because I keep seeing Stevie V advertise nor whatever the VPN he advertises, and I'm like, you know what? I'm sick of this having to wait until 11 a.m. to finish or 11 p.m. to finish my night bullshit. I need to get tapping in the East Coast stuff again. So,
Right?
anyway,
It's like, and Surfshark, if you'd like to sponsor us, you can email me at ROWJ.
I was about to say, like, you just did a whole free advertisement. We're not getting paid for it. No, come on now.
Right?
Again, I mean, it's not about me. It's not about me. I mean, I plug other stuff. I plug you out, subscribe to Rage of Wrestling. So I mean, but when the IT brain triggers in, as someone has been involved in IT for 13 damn plus years, oh god, it is what it is with me. But again, virtual private networks, they go a long way. That's how I keep up. That's how I keep up with the Chase and beat the Chasers and Pointless, some of my favorite game shows across the UK.
You should watch the IT Crowd, the British show IT Crowd. I think you'll get a
it's
crack
good
at
stuff.
Is that a drama?
It's a British comedy show series. It's about IT, the IT department. I think you'll like it.
I'll think about it.
Oh wait, no. As a member of the Walt Disney Company, I am not okay with pirating streams and things like that. Surprise Disney Plus today.
Damn it, Jeff.
Damn it, Jeff. You
right.
corporate idiot.
I'm gonna go ahead and power down, you guys. I'll catch you guys next time.
And if you guys want Datilla to start covering NXT, tweet her at Datilla _ tell her she watch NXT. Watch NXT.
He's never going to stop with this. He is never going to stop with this.
Never gonna stop. Never
gonna stop.
JJ's not gonna stop until I successfully watch NXT every week.
That is correct.
Right. Hey, you got me to the point where not only was I tuning in on a weekly basis, watching and reviewing TNA Impact, but I believe in Joe Hendry. You can't give a little bit back to me? Come on, Datilla. I thought we were homies.
I mean,
We are homies.
The West Coast
Watch
homies. I mean,
NXT. Watch NXT.
Do YouTube only. Do YouTube
Go to Stand
only.
and Deliver.
Fuck advertising.
Buy tickets to Stand and Deliver.
I'm not going to Vegas.
Wise woman.
I got priced out. I'm not paying $1,200. I'm not paying $2,000.
$1,200.
I didn't say go to WrestleMania. I said go to Stand and Deliver. There's going to be 500 other wrestling companies running in that city without going to WrestleMania.
Oh, here we go.
Why would I go to Vegas if I'm not going to go to WrestleMania?
Because
Vegas is
spend
awesome.
your money on the independent. Spend your money on Stardom. Spend your money on Dragon Gate. Spend your money on Prestige.
Yeah, I did that for New York. I did NXT Takeover New York and G1 Supercard that year.
I still hate you for that, by the way.
Spend your money on your boy Jeff smoking his first actual blunt with Rob Van Dam. I mean on wrestling shows.
Huh?
What?
What? What?
Got
to tell go
Good night. Have a great night, guys.
Good night. And there goes Datilla. And then there were 6. Boy, did that go into a different segue. It's a bad chance of me actually trying to figure out what the fuck football is and finding a team than
American or European?
Than freaking trying to watch the
Yes.
fucking CW or NXT in any capacity.
Actually, we're talking about
because he has to do Super Bowl color commentary now since Joe Hendry entered the Royal Rumble.
Actually, we are talking about the Canadian Football League.
Oh, that one. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait.
The one that The Rock left with $7 in his pocket. That one.
Canadian Football League? Wait, I thought the XFL was American. Wait.
No, but we actually do in Canada. We have our own football league called the Canadian Football League.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Rock actually played for the CFL when he got injured, and then, like I said, left with $7 in his pocket to begin his wrestling training.
The only sport I knew Canada had was freaking hockey.
Attaboy. There you go.
All kinds of sports up here too.
I was going to say they have basketball, the Toronto Raptors.
Oh, yeah,
recent NBA champions.
Yeah, I went there with 2019 in Toronto when I saw NXT Takeover Toronto, and SummerSlam. That SummerSlam was bleh. But
They also have the Toronto Blue Jays for baseball.
That's a baseball team?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the favorite baseball team of that freaking guy that returned to the Kings and played like dog shit? Yeah, that guy. Okay, anyway.
Yeah, that guy.
Oh.
I don't know that guy.
No, don't know that guy. No,
I know nothing. I know nothing. I know nothing.
I think if Noah were to have a pro football team, just out of loyalty to where he's from, he would be a Cleveland Browns fan.
Very likely.
Because that's his Ohio representative.
I don't know. I've heard the Cleveland Browns kind of suck.
Either that, or since he's in Ohio, just have root for Cincinnati just to piss Greg off even more.
There you go, the Bengals.
There you go, the Bengals.
Dude,
that'll make Sean happy.
Noah just buried the fucking Cleveland Browns live on the air like 6 feet under. Jesus Christ.
I mean, they're already dead.
No, you're not wrong. You're right.
I don't know if they're about football, but I heard they suck.
Hey, listen,
they do.
I will always feel bad because of Bottlegate. If you know, you know.
Bottlegate?
They got screwed out of the Super Bowl because of a bad referee call in 2000.
There's no screwing out a Super Bowl when it's a work.
Yeah.
I was say, isn't football rigged?
It is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Check, please.
Yes.
Okay, I thought football was rigged. I'm like,
Well, then there you go, Noah. If it's rigged, it's a kayfabe sport. You have no problem calling the game next week.
It's not wrestling. I'm not looking at an incredible exhibition to a free catch. There's a bunch of stupid people running up and down the field trying to catch a ball or break through a person.
Jeff.
Yes.
All I'm waiting for next week. Granted, I have to work the Super Bowl, so I won't be able to watch the call. All I'm waiting for next week is for someone to go for a tackle and Noah to be like, gore, gore, gore.
Wait. That's not called a gore. That's not even a spear. That's a takedown, right?
Here's another one. Don't bounce, period.
Don't bounce football. I've never seen a person leave. I've never heard of a person leave their feet.
As long as the pounce is on Mahomes, I'm here for it every day of the week. I don't care.
Three-peat. But anyways, back to the wrestling conversation.
Oh, yeah, wrestling.
Yeah.
James.
Oh, God.
The puck is in your zone, good sir. And yes, that hockey analogy was for real. That was on purpose. Go check out the Gary Hebert documentary.
Thank you.
It's not up to 2K likes, and hopefully part 2 will be out before John Cena wins number 17.
Yeah. I was watching while everybody was talking about AEW. I was watching most satisfying videos of workers doing their jobs perfectly. I'm seeing somebody do a chessboard, and now I want to eat it. Sorry, I'm fat.
Wait,
what was I talking about?
We're talking about the Death Rider storyline and how I know you were on the complete opposite end of most of us.
That was like 5 conversations in one sentence. What the fuck, James?
Yeah, I know. Sorry. Can you tell I'm fucking in the zone?
Yeah, well, you're in a zone that you want to eat. Category board, you want cheese, peanuts, and apples? What?
I want burger. That's what I want.
That's what we had for dinner.
I don't want cheeseburger.
I had Del Taco.
CBD gummies kicked in.
I'm plain and simple. Just give me a cheeseburger with bacon, triple cheeseburger with bacon, and I'm all good.
That's actually what we had was bacon cheeseburger, but I took bacon bits and shredded cheese and I put it into the patty as I pressed it.
What they call that? A Juicy Lucy when the cheese is inside the patty, I think. I think it's called a Juicy Lucy or Lucy.
And then we melted
going to die of hunger.
I have lost all the fucks I gave about John Moxley now with this cheeseburger that's being described with the
I'd
bacon.
rather
Like, I don't give a fuck anymore.
I'd rather talk about cheeseburgers than.
Yeah. Like,
Jesus. I still go back to when Nia James talking about burger shapes on NXT New Year's Eve.
I remember
Square
that shit.
burgers
Jesus
is the
Christ.
best shape. Period. Wendy's is the best. Don't at me.
Wendy's is superior. I'll give you that. Okay,
Yes.
but I haven't had a
Okay.
bacon in a long fucking time.
AEW wrestling conversation.
Yes, let's
y'all.
get back to AEW. Jesus Christ.
You can watch AEW with a delicious burger for dinner.
Oh, I've done that plenty of times.
Yeah. Listen, folks. I feel like I'm going insane because anytime I talk about AEW, I feel like I have to talk about the same thing over and over again and expecting a fucking different result. Except the problem is the person who isn't listening to the fans is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result every fucking time. And that is soy boy cowboy Tony Khan there. So, yeah, like I just, yeah, well, watch his when he tipped the hat like it was a fedora. Nice guy syndrome cowboy, that one. Yeah.
I got you.
So, yeah, listen. Whatever you can do to get the storyline moving along, I guess I just have to fucking live with it. Because you ain't gonna stop. You should. Because quite honestly, I think the more interesting thing at this point is something between two former WWE stars at this point, between Edge and Christian, than the Death Rider story. Facts are facts. Stop me when I'm telling lies. They need to course correct, and they needed to do it yesterday. Because if you did not have a plan A and you didn't have all your pieces, you never should have started the story to begin with. So, yeah, I'm over it. I love John Moxley. I'm one of the few supporters of Wheeler Yuta. I like me some Claudio and Pac. This angle ain't hitting for me. It's never going to hit for me. And I would be more animated and angry about it, but considering I did a podcast on Twitter that ended up going completely sideways, fuck that. So
It did? Was I there for that? I'm not sure.
Yeah, you were. Yeah, you were.
Okay.
Yeah, it was
Really
really
talking
fucking.
about Ash? I don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah,
I think you're the only one who doesn't know what he's talking about, Noah, and it's probably better that way.
It's very much better that way. Everybody in here knows. Angels suck, apparently. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So, fuck me, man. I love wrestling. I don't want to be negative, and I feel like there's been a lot of negativity tonight, which I was not expecting for both companies, quite honestly.
Especially in the opener. Y'all were on something.
God damn. Look, I want to like wrestling. Please make me give a fuck. I'm going to give a fuck significantly less, but maybe if they course correct with the storyline, maybe I'll somewhat care. Until then, I'm just waiting for this Death Rider story to end. It's definitely not go away heat with me like the Young Bucks Elite Takeover was. And if you know, you know. But, oh my God. I can't stand AEW being in this lull when I saw the first 3 years of this company flourishing. And the people that were responsible for them flourishing are now on the other side of the fence, and I feel like another one's pretty much out the door if he gets another injury. So, just like Ryan said, it's kind of hard to enjoy the ride when it ain't fucking moving. That's it.
I agree with you there.
Yeah.
Definitely agree with you there. And Ryan used the phrase long-term storytelling. We're all fans of long-term storytelling.
Yeah.
Unless it seems like the story isn't moving.
Yeah.
If you have to sit there and read the first page 5 or 6 times before you grasp everything to be able to move on to the next page, there's a problem.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's where a majority of the fans are with this.
Yeah. Wrestling shouldn't be that complicated, Jay.
Nah.
Wrestling is best is when it's simple.
Yes.
Yeah. How's that? You hit the nail on the head.
I made the analogy the other day, and I got a Pillman gun incident comparison to what's going on in AEW. It's like, oh, okay, so they actually killed Austin on television. The gun was actually fired in USA. That must have been on the Canadian version. I didn't see that. I work for a company whose primary goal is to create happiness. That's what our mission statement is in the parks division of Disney. I know that when people are in our queues for our attractions, if they're not engaged in some way, we're going to lose them. That ride has been not broken down, but definitely people mover slow since winter started. And you're not going to keep a crowd in this day and age engaged with a people mover. You need a thrill ride. The Death Riders is not yet a thrill ride.
No. It started out with that type of momentum.
Yep. It sure did.
And then it became It's a Small World. Stuck for 5 hours with little dolls moving like this, singing It's a world of laughter, a world of fears.
That's enough for somebody to get out of the car and try and break everything in sight.
That's pretty much the way people feel right now with the Death Riders.
Yeah,
And then it'll start moving again. The ride will get a little course corrected, and it'll move into the next section of the ride, and then it'll break down.
Yeah, I'd rather hear an hour-long loop of the freaking Hey Ya cover He-Man remix than that nonsense.
Well, yeah, but the problem is, Jay, it breaks down in the room. It breaks down in the room where you can't understand the language, so it's even worse now.
Yeah.
James, what's going on?
I'm fucking tired.
I think we fried his brain with the analogy.
Oh, I want to like this company, and I'm tired of complaining about bullshit.
You know what this company
he
needs?
in the morning and he stepped outside.
We need more cowbell.
It needs more cowbell.
We need more cowbell.
So he doesn't fear the reaper.
It does have a fever. It
And
does have a sickness. The sickness is addiction to cocaine.
Whoa. Wow, that was
That
fucking
went in a
blunt.
different direction.
Yeah, that was pretty straightforward there.
TK would lay off the Colombian Bam Bam just long enough.
Exactly. Yeah, see, Ryan got it.
Just long enough to finish a couple years worth of storylines in the Notebook. Right?
Finish the story.
I remember that call last year, WrestleMania 41. I gave that to JJ, but I will say this. I think whatever you're thinking Tony Khan's on is more unstable than what Tony Montana was selling in Scarface.
Say hello to his little friend, Will Washington.
Did Noah just make a movie reference?
Check.
When I was
I heard it.
I had the Scarface not PS2, Xbox 360 video game, and again, one of my favorite movies of all time, also one of the biggest movies of all time.
I thought he was going to say I had Scarface PTSD. I'm like, get me off it.
I never told my mother, you want to go to war? Okay, I'll give you a fucking war.
I thought he was going to say when I was once a wee lad, I had Scarface PJs.
I never got into personified attire. Plain simple.
That's okay, JJ. He can have the PJs and the PTSD as long as he has the Scarface Peruvian blow. That's the important thing.
I was about to say, I'm surprised that no one knows Scarface and played the video game because that shit's awesome. That game is awesome.
You know what? Scarface reference made for one of the best Eddie Guerrero t-shirts of all time. I will die in that hill with a pound of blow in my nose.
I still own that shirt.
You dick, and you're a dick for that, by the way. I'm just saying.
All right.
I think I don't have a violent side, and I don't, as far as you know. It's not like I have a knife in this blazer, but, there's always been violent thoughts within me at times, more towards other people versus myself, but that's a whole different conversation.
Oh, fuck. Goddamn.
Right? Noah making and alluding to the fact that he may be packing.
Now what would give you that idea?
You're going to have to in these trying times nowadays.
I mean, one point my father had a .45 caliber, so I mean,
Wise man, call 211. Anyway,
What?
Huh?
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
What the fuck is happening?
I don't know.
What? What?
And with that, you can hear the train going off the fucking rail.
And once again, Ryan.
Like it didn't already, Ryan?
I was gonna say, and once again, Ryan, it doesn't matter.
We have
the train
the train
coming.
going up. We have the train going off the rails. Where's Thomas and his friends?
The train was going off the rails when my daughter was cursing and giving her rant.
I mean, Generation Z has a potty mouth as wide as.
My favorite part of that was Uncle Mikey's uncomfortableness at her swearing.
Right?
That made my night. Not gonna lie.
Oh man,
uncomfortable. I've heard worse.
Oh God. What I want to do now is I want to take you see the videos on like Instagram where they take a wrestling promo and they dub it into like Mickey and Goofy's voice.
Yes.
Oh, God.
Yes.
I want to do that now with them and have it be her as Minnie Mouse and then him as Goofy since he's Uncle Goofy.
James?
Don't.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
You know, you do the thing. Do the thing with the voices. Clip the shot and make it happen.
Oh yeah.
James would won't work.
Well, yeah, but like do it for real. Like,
Yeah.
not right now.
Get some AI.
Like, turn my daughter's voice into Minnie Mouse and turn Stat Boy's voice into Goofy while she's going off on her rant.
So who's Mickey in this equation?
Probably
I can be Mickey just for shits and giggles. Whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, Jeff could come in later and say we got a problem. Oh God.
Oh, we always have a problem when the mouse is made fun of. Trust me.
But
As someone that was a Cartoon Network kid and a Nickelodeon kid, very little bit of a Disney kid. That's a whole different conversation. But anyway.
Yes. Anyway.
That is going to just about wrap up the AEW conversation.
All
I
right.
think she had her hand up.
Oh,
I was
go
about to
ahead.
say, like going back to like the Cartoon Network thing. Growing up here in Canada, we didn't have Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network as their own cable networks. So all the Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon shows were split between these two Canadian TV shows called YTV and Teletoon.
Oh Jesus, I remember those. Oh God. Yeah.
Teletoon. There's a name I haven't heard in a long time. But I mean, hey, you know what? It probably still is better than most television today. So I mean,
I feel uncomfortable.
Hey, you want to talk about Canadian television that I haven't heard of in a long time? You can't do that on television.
Oh sweet God.
I wonder how the
That
Canadian
show was warped.
I wonder how the Canadian Family Feud's holding up. That host seems a lot more disenthusiastic than Steve Harvey.
Yeah.
I don't watch Canadian Family Feud.
To be fair, Steve
the fuck does?
Steve Harvey set a high bar.
Well, he did.
Yeah, he's the man.
Yeah.
Like,
Longest running host, I think, in family history since Richard Dawson. I don't know if he surpassed him, though, but yeah, he's literally revived the entire Family Feud landscape.
Amen.
he's the best host of that show ever. I love Richard Dawson, but Steve Harvey's the best show that show ever had. Best host that show's ever had.
If he was the general manager of AEW, you'd see the Death Riders are going to hell.
And so is this show if we don't get to heaven by making everybody go GTS while Jada's trying to get the shills going.
Problem is, we're trying to get the show to go home, but yeah, it's on YouTube. Anyway, here.
Yeah, it's going to be on YouTube.
All right. So before we get into the shills, I'm going to take another opportunity to shill our watch-alongs.
Oh, jeez.
Especially with Senior Hef here now.
Hey!
And I'm going to run one more time the WrestleMania Road trailer. Just because it means we get to hear that song again.
That's fair.
And we will come back with the shills.
And now for a taste of things to come.
sorry.
Yeah, James' brain got stuck on a freaking repeat, apparently like looping an audio clip in a PowerPoint presentation. I should know. I do that for a living. Anyway, again, folks, truly we encompass everything, especially when it comes to the week of everything. All the wrestling. And I'm sure more is to follow. Who knows what else might come across the landscape during the freaking most busy week of the year professional wrestling landscape in Las Vegas.
Right, especially April.
That is scary. That's only 3 weeks for a commercial. There's 21 days included in that commercial. That's batshit.
Nah.
Yes.
Well, you know what? You're putting me for the paces. All the companies, all the promotions, all the wrestling, and so much already. Kenosuke Takeshita, Hiroshi Tanahashi, a first ever Dragon Gate call. The promotion with the likes of Shingo Takagi fine-tuning himself in as formerly the Open Dream Gate champion, along with the bastard Pac. I mean, I can go on and on, but again, we're trying to get the heck out of here. So,
My bus is at 4:50. I gotta go.
Fair enough.
Well, we're about to get out of here, so we'll go ahead and we'll throw to Shadow Batash to tell people where they can find her on social media.
You can find me over on the app called, the Twitter, the I forgot what it's, whatever you call it, X, Twitter.
Twitch.
Follow me on there at Shadow Batash.
Twitter.
X, the app formerly known as Twitter, at Shadow Batash. That's what it's called.
Twix. You just go with Twix. TWIX.
Wait, is she
Part
left
Twitter,
right?
part X. It's Twix.
With
Two
left
for us, none for you.
Left tricks or right tricks?
Ryan.
You can find me on Twitter, X, and TikTok at Apocalypse. Yeah, I sent James a thing at some point.
You sent me a thingy?
Well, I sent you the thing earlier. And it was
like a group graphic with DJ, Ash, and Ryan, like they did the Raw, the SmackDown, and the NXT Standalone, because these three have been a wonderful addition to the Simulable Studios family.
I will send that to JJ. Sorry. I didn't know that was a promo graphic. Good to know.
The boy's tired. He's already overworked as it is. The boy's got burgers on the mind in shapes of squares.
Hungry, bro. I'm ready to eat food.
At 3:09 a.m. in the morning?
Yes.
No, at 3:09 in the afternoon, because why not?
I mean, night versus day. Which one is which?
You guys can... Yeah, I'm not doing it. I'm too tired to do goddamn animal tonight.
I can't do the thing.
I cannot do that thing.
Could do Morgan Freeman. It doesn't take as much.
True. You guys can find me on YouTube, Instagram, and X, or Twix, whichever you prefer, at JHebertside95, and on Facebook at James, the He-Man Hebert. He does really cool and dumb things on the internet.
Oh my gosh.
Follow my uncle's documentary trailer. Please kindly run that up to 2K views. And also check out my podcast. Avoid Twitter this week, even though I did host Rock and Ropes. It was an eventful show, to say the least.
I need James Freeman to read the disposition from a Tale of Two Cities. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. It was the best of days. It was the darkest of days. It was the happiest of times. It was the saddest of times.
I'm trying to do it, and you keep interrupting me, Mr.
And yes, Mr. Wayne, it does come in black.
It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. On Twix.
I know that DJ regrets allowing James to host.
No, he doesn't regret it. I don't think he regrets it. I think he regrets the people that were led on not knowing what the
That's fair.
That's
sometimes people are cool the first time. They're on something and then they're completely off their rocker the next time they're on.
That's where the dumb things part comes in.
Ryan, you did that on purpose, didn't you?
Maybe.
Noah.
Oh God.
Yes. You can find me if I'm barely saying. Why do I even plug this shit? If you want to find me engage with me. It's entirely up to them. You can find me if you want in Fox 1916 on the Twitter and on YouTube, primarily because, simply put, I barely engage with social media. But you can always, stay in tune with Prediction League updates there. Before I am nothing more but a simple man and a lifelong fan of
2 hours later. 2 hours later. 2 hours later. 2 hours later.
I want this goddamn thing, please. Okay. I'm gonna one day just keep that going, and we're just gonna stick the thing with 2 hours later. Even Safet just did the 2 hours later. If the chat keeps doing it, I'm gonna keep doing it from now on. But tonight I'll give James a reprieve. But yeah, I'm simply put a fan of professional wrestling. Damn it! I only wish to remind you and encourage you there are no winners, no losers, no betters, just fans of opinions for this passion we all share. At the end of the day, support and I respect you, protect your mentality too. Treasure your families, even if you like annoying them. And Ash, next time you gotta do the graphic. I told JJ to get the one graphic. You gotta do the one graphic. You did like the annunciation, and just enjoy life and enjoy rest. As simple as that. About the narrative.
Graphic. Wait, hold on. A graphic for
So I was looking on YouTube, and literally there's a compilation video of those time card graphics, including the one that you did, where you're like, so much later. I think the old narrator got
so
tired.
long that the old narrator got tired of waiting that they had to hire a new one.
And next time we're gonna add that in, and we're gonna go even longer than 2 hours later. I guarantee you that.
So that means I'm gonna have to do it because I'm the only one with the Morgan Freeman voice.
And was it Morgan Freeman or some French diver underwater?
It was a French person. It was a French guy. It was like some French British person who said that.
It's what Jacques Cousteau. I tell you this.
Eventually. Anyway.
Fucking god damn it. Help me.
There is no help for you, James.
There is only pain, and it will be something that you will endure.
Oh, okay.
Sweet Jesus.
You guys
God
can
damn
follow
it.
Walter.
I forgot about his graphic. Damn it.
You guys can follow
It's her
Walter.
ass. Sorry.
For assets, you mean?
Yes.
You guys
Graphic alright.
follow Walter on Twitch at SRS1983, Twitter and Blue Sky at Walter Alex Cruz, Instagram at Walter.Cruz.940, and of course on YouTube at Rage of Wrestling.
That booty. Sorry. Go ahead.
Crickets.
Everywhere.
Oh my god.
Wait, what were you saying that, Chad?
It said booty, 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 right?
Right?
Booty everywhere. There you go.
Is that a hip hop reference?
Yeah.
It
Hip
always.
hop is what's wrong with this country.
Oh my God.
Yes, that's what's wrong with the
Y'all,
country.
y'all are
One of the
getting
things.
Noah triggered again. Let's
2 hours later in chills.
Sorry.
And one of these days, I'm gonna rant through every 2 hours later thing, and you're just gonna endure my freaking madness because a lot of this world just fucking pisses me off.
Damn it, no, Jesus Christ.
I agree.
You guys can find me on Instagram at the Renegade JJ Williams, on X and Blue Sky at ROWJJ Williams, on YouTube at Casa D18 Studios. Make sure you guys tune in next week for our karaoke
Fun.
theme songs. I'm thinking the way we're going to do this is we're going to have decades on the wheel, and whatever decade comes up, you can just pick a song from that decade to do.
Bane of my existence.
So from the 1960s probably through modern day.
Ooh.
Not doing the 50s because most 50s theme songs were instrumental. They didn't really start putting lyrics to theme songs till the 60s, I don't think.
Mhm.
So
Hanson to it.
last but not least,
Hey.
Yes. You can find me on Twix and Instagram at @BlueSky_Jeff Meacham and YouTube and Facebook at Jeff Meacham. And I'm actually doing Meacham's Musings on Monday because I have a lot I feel like recapping that I got to do this last month. So that's what we're going to do. And also, shame on all of us in here for making poor Ash pick when it comes to Twix. She said very clearly she swings on the pendulum. She can have the right and the left whips.
She just eats
Whatever
both
I'm in the mood for. Whatever I'm in the mood for.
She just eats both at once, like that's a
Noah.
Yes.
We're going down a rabbit hole.
Yeah.
We're going down a rabbit hole.
Yes, Noah. She eats both at once.
You shut it.
Not like that rabbit hole. I'm talking about an actual rabbit hole. Let's not go down that road.
Oh, I want to go down the rabbit holes, but we don't have time.
Well, I mean, there's a certain rabbit hole we know Nova would like to go down. Am I right?
Oh my god.
God damn. That's it. Good night, everybody.
At least it wasn't me who said it.
JJ, hit the button. JJ, hit the button quickly.
Ah,